See for yourself. Open your eyes. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. Open your eyes. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself.
Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check, my people. How are we doing? Let me just put Kevin on pause for the cause. Yeah, can you hear me? 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 Talk to me, my people. Prezi, you can't hear me? Oh, Janet said, Kevin there, man. Kevin there. President on a call right now, so I'm soon join with. Yeah. But listen, hear the song though. New song, brand new song, courtesy of Reggae Global Radio. Ed and Joan on a big up on herself. I love it, I love it, I love it. It's a open your eyes and see for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself. And that's what we're doing around here. We're opening eyes. And at the same time, our eyes are being opened because you in the chat, because we don't take phone calls on this program. You know, you have to come to the Wednesday program to make phone calls. But you in the chat, you open up our eyes because we say, and I mean, whenever we kind of go off the rails, especially me, because me, you know, that's my thing. Want to bring me right back on track. So love that. Yes, Merlin, Reggae Girl, Devon, Janet, Lisa, that global experience. Oh, no, love the music. Yeah, Don, Jaquan, Karel, GG. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Anyway, we have an outstanding program, as usual, for you. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio and YouTube with yours truly, Will the Rebel Rattigan. Now, our new program, Come Reason with Rattigan on Wednesdays after a fantastic start. It was scheduled to last for an hour, but we went for an hour and a half. But please note that this coming Wednesday, or next week Wednesday, I should say, it will run for 2 hours from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Please make that note. 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Prezi, well, let me bring on Prezi. It's Prezi on. Yes, President. So,
yes, sir. Yes.
They offer sign on on the thing and all of that stuff. But let me just finish up that little piece. Yeah. We anticipated that most of the questions would have come via via telephone, but surprisingly, most of the questions came from the chat, and the questions were very good, and we look forward to more of the same this coming week, or next week, I should say. This coming week, next week. You know what I'm talking about? Wednesday. Remember that it's a Q&A program. It's a question and answer program. So you get to choose the topic and drive the discussion, because we open up ourselves. We say, ask any question about anything. That's how confident we are, you know. And to be frank, I don't think there's another program like it. I mean, at least in the Jamaican space, there's not another program like it where it's just a call-in program and you call in and you ask any question about anything. So we need to big up ourselves for that. And we need to big up the ambassadors and all of the supporters who encourage us and advised us to go in this direction. Because it wasn't a one-man thing. It was a community effort. It's a lot of people say, hey, we can't call in on the Saturday program. So you need to have a program where we can call in and talk to you. Dorothy, yeah, it start Prezi, go on time. I have to take this card there. Jump in from my brother.
All right. Hey, Dar, and everybody else out there, big up yourself. So the Wednesday night program, we started this past Wednesday. And if you weren't there, you missed something. No, this is one of the way you get to see Rattigan in his element. And when I say in his element, in his teaching element. You know what's funny and interesting is that I think a lot of people prefer something like a Wednesday night program. And a lot of people ask, why you never just use the Reason with Rattigan channel? Why don't you use a totally new channel where we now get the push notification? And that is why we've been saying to you, you need to subscribe. So you go to YouTube right now. Then I hear me? Yeah? I mean, I talk, so.
Talk again.
Hold on.
No, I hear you. No. User error. Don't worry about it. Go ahead.
Hey, all right. User error. All right. This is what I'm saying. You guys need to go over and subscribe. So if you just put in any search field in YouTube, just put the @ and put OJLDF, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. You go right to the page. And you will see the thousands of people who have viewed that program already because the program was so good. You know, I'm on the program. I had the time of my life Wednesday night. And, you know, just watching Will just really deliver and just be himself and teach you guys was an amazing experience for me. I learned a lot. And I know you guys love to see him in that, you know, frame of mind. So please, you say we're on this coming Wednesday, which is next couple of days from today, right? Let me see the date. Let me get the right date. The 23rd. We're on the 23rd, Will, right?
Yeah.
All right. So this Wednesday, 23rd, 8 p.m. to 10 a.m. So I make sure I'm going to the date too. So I can't sound annoyed. So when he said next week, it sounds like it'll be the 30th. No, it is this coming Wednesday, which is the 23rd. And please, somebody just type it in the chat, the @ OJLD. Thank you so much, OT. She put it up there. Will, for some reason, I'm not in the studio. I'm in the studio, but I'm in the show, but I'm not behind the scenes. So I can't do anything. I can't help in any way. I'm just, it's my fault. No, me do something to my computer, and then me lose my login. But don't worry about it. We'll worry about it for Wednesday. I'm just telling you that I kind of fly solo a little bit.
That's all right. No problem.
Yeah.
Again, let me just say that the questions, Bridget, the questions were very good.
Excellent questions.
Very good questions. And you know, hey, you have to be confident when you come on a show like this. First, make the phone call and call, because remember, you only have 2 minutes. Yeah, 2 minutes to form the question. And then I don't know what you're going to ask. So I have to be on my tippy toes to make sure, say, well, whatever you ask, I can provide a reasonable answer. But here's the thing.
Some of them questions that it seems as if you staged it. It seems as if you call the guys and say, call in and ask this question, because your answer was just like peeling off the answer. I'm like, this guy is brilliant. Like, seriously. No, you're plugged in.
It's funny you mentioned that, because one time I was at a conference in Budapest, right? And I had to do a presentation on flight 800, the TWA flight that crashed over Long Island.
Yeah.
I made friends with a guy from Poland, and the night before we had dinner, I actually said to him, listen, I'll give you 2 questions just to kind of like break the ice, because I don't know if people are going to ask questions, but here are 2 questions, And once him asked the 2 questions, I'm answer, just open up the room. So, but no, for this last week Wednesday, no, I didn't give anybody any questions. Honestly, I didn't. No,
but listen, your depth of knowledge of current affairs and what is going on is really on point. And then just to kind of guide the discussion, how you help the viewers and the listeners to kind of grasp, you know, the scope, and then you start lay out some of the different areas of the law and some of the projects you're working on. I mean, I was there and I was like, yeah, I'm learning. And I was there and I'm like, yeah, and I think I'm knowledgeable about a lot, but Wednesday night was good. So please don't miss Wednesday night. So all of you, Wednesday night, please hit the subscribe button. And we started out with 300 and something subscription, and then the show done with 600 and something subscription. So almost half of the people who came on also subscribe. So we're building up that channel. We already have great subscription here, but please, OJLDF, go and subscribe.
Yes, sir. Oh yeah, the house rules. We expect opposing views, right? On the Wednesday, even on this program, but we don't expect disagreeable behavior. And so, no indecent language, no insults, no distractions. And remember, for the Wednesday program, you have 2 minutes to ask your question. And the purpose of that is so we can get to answer as many questions as possible. Because, you know, if you come and you start making speeches and lectures and you start prefacing your question, you know, who knows how long that's going to take. And then people calling in, some of these people, they just want to ask a quick question. So that's why we're going to limit it to just two minutes. And if at the conclusion of 2 minutes, if you have, well, actually, we'll warn you once we get to like a minute and a half and just say, listen, you need to put your question right now, because in 30 seconds, we're going to cut you off. We hate to do it, but it's something that we have to do for the benefit of the community, because everybody who wants to ask a question should be allowed to ask a question, and them should get an answer. So that's where we are. Now, remember last week I said we start up a thing called community awareness. We have a little section for that. And today we're going to talk a bit about community health. And we are going to hear from Tomnica Thomas from Risson Primary Care. I know that place. I know these people. Very familiar with them. So they're going to come on and they're going to talk to people, particularly people in the New York area. But by no means are they limited to the New York area. We need you to listen carefully and go over and support the business. And at the same time, you're supporting yourself. Health is your wealth. And the second community awareness thing we're going to talk about, the efforts of 2 former students. They live overseas and they're trying to rehabilitate their I think it's a basic school in St. Anne. Lincoln, I think it's Lincoln, St. Anne. You know that place, Prezi?
That's an interesting name. I would love to live there or go there at least.
Yeah, I think let me double check. I think it's Lincoln in St. Anne. I never heard of it. You know,
I've never heard of it. That's a great place. I certainly want to visit it. It's a good name, right, guys? Lincoln. Duh.
Yeah, Lincoln St. Anne. Yeah.
You say
Darrett, put yourself, Darrett. Me have to give you a call out of the program. Sorry about that. My apologies. You know how it go between me and you. But me have to go give you a call. Again, apologies. Hold me to it, D. The prelude section of today's program, we are going to reason a bit today about the following. The Prime Minister's charity, it's called Positive Jamaica Foundation, and the potential problems ahead for him. We're also going to talk about the New York Consul General Alison Roach, her history, and why we think that she should be interviewed by U.S. and Jamaican investigators. You're going to find that interesting. We have a whole piece on her. We're also going to be talking about the complaint filed with the General Legal Counsel regarding the former DPP, Paula Llewellyn. We filed it a few months ago, and one dege thing where them never have to turn it back for. In fact, when they sat down with the folks who turned it in, they reviewed the documents several times and they said everything is fine. Lo and behold, about a week or so later, I believe, They come and say, oh, you're missing a signature. No, it's not the signature that was notarized, it's just a mark. They say you can put a signature or a mark. And they said, oh, we can't proceed without this. So finally it was delivered yesterday. And the same problems we had when we tried to deliver it months ago, same problem. Them don't want to accept it. Them don't want, and then have to get supervisors, but we'll get to that. We're also going to talk about the complaint filed with King Charles III and several or significant members of the Privy Council regarding the removal of the Prime Minister from the Privy Council. And we're also going to talk about the status of the Consensus Monitoring on Crime initiative in the wake of Chairman Lloyd Distant's departure. He will be here. He should be here along with co-chair Mr. George Overton. Many of you might know Mr. George Overton. He's an executive with the Guardsman Group, and now he's co-chair of the CMOC. I believe he's also in charge of the PSOJ's security arm. He's in charge of that. Very important man. So both of them will be here in a few minutes, and then we'll talk about that. I'll also fulfill my long-time promise to discuss the government's intentional failure to secure our ports and airports. And I mean, since the program started, just now, information is just coming in, So get your pen and paper again, just like last week, because the learning around here will continue. And remember, the learning around here is a two-way street. I expect to learn from you as well. By no means should you think that I have a monopoly on ideas. I never believed it, and I never will. It's a community effort. I have my pen, Sita. I have my pen, and I have this big old thing in front of notes. Yeah. So we take notes, right? So, and believe it or not, sometimes I look up and I look in the chat, and I actually take notes from the chat and then speak to issues raised in the chat. So, as Malcolm X said, education is the passport to the future. For tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. I repeat, education is the passport to the future. For tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. And we are preparing, yes, indeed. Don't forget to check out our website and offer your suggestions for improvement, as it's still under development. We have a fantastic team building it out and making corrections as we go along. But again, it's a community effort. So if you see something that that should be addressed, please, by all means, bring it to our attention. And by the way, all the documents that we're going to discuss today will be placed on the website, including our tax filing. I have the tax filing, and I have the letter from the auditor as well, saying that everything is in compliance with established IRS rules and regulations, as well as state rules and regulations. All of that. We have all of that. So it will be placed on the website, and you will have the option to read them there, or, well, particularly the documents we're going to show today. Not the tax documents, but the documents we're going to show today, and previous documents shown. You can watch them on the, you can review previous programs and watch how we explain the documents. So not only will you see the documents, like if you go to the website, you'll see the documents, right? But you may have some questions as to how does this apply? What does this mean? So you can go back and watch the program and get up to speed. Speaking of the Prime Minister, remember that last week, and I just made mention of it, we talked about his lifetime appointment to, quote, Her Majesty's, should be His Majesty's Most Honorable Privy Council. He was appointed to that venerable body in May of 2021. Well, that lifetime appointment and the respect that go along with it may soon be extinguished. Remember, I said last week that the councillors, the privy councillors, are supposed to be the creme de la creme, the best of the best, above and beyond reproach, as pure as the driven snow. No choppers are councillors who refuse to cooperate with an investigation and then seek to repeal the law, the one law that deals with illicit enrichment of public servants, should serve. I repeat, no chopper are privy councillors who refuse to cooperate with an investigation, whether of themselves or others, and then seek to repeal the law, the one law that deals with illicit enrichment of public servants, should serve on the Privy Council. I'm not speaking for King Charles. Instead, I'm speaking on behalf of every Jamaican. This kind of behavior is intolerable and cannot be countenanced, should not be countenanced by King Charles or us. Now, last week, I stated that the Prime Minister should be expelled from the Privy Council and that it was going to take our expressions to cause the change that we desire. Well, Roland, I mean, no, you listen to me now, Roland. Roland, the valiant one, the man who not take no talk, the man who have the vice, right? He beat me to the punch. I have to admit, Roland, you beat me to the punch. You know why? Roland did a letter to King Charles. Roland lives in England. And Roland did composed and dispatched a letter to Buckingham Palace, and it was received. He received confirmation that it was received on Thursday. This past Thursday, 2 days ago. He beat me. He beat me by a day, though. Because guess what? My email was sent to selected Privy Council members as well as the King. And they received it. Brilliant. Brilliant. What better way to expose the Prime Minister as the pariah he is and insist on his expulsion from this exclusive group? What better way? I'll read my letter later, and you're gonna have fun when you listen to how the words are, put together, how they're composed. I see that Mr. George Overton is here. I haven't seen George in a while, so George, I'll change up on me. George, I've beard. And last time I said George, and that time when you start make money, you just start grow beard. You know what I'm saying? Prezi, watch yourself, watch yourself.
But I like buckle.
Yeah. Let me just say, let me just quickly finish this because I want to bring in Mr. Overton here. Kudos to the IC's Integrity Commission's management, particularly ED, Executive Director Christie, Chairman Panton, and Director Stevenson. I've been asking them to engage me since Section 53, subsection 3, known as the gag order, is no longer applicable. But they have chosen otherwise, chosen not to come here. Anyway, I think it was this past Wednesday, they gave the Oversight Committee a lashing. I mean, people, go and watch it for yourselves. Don't take my word for it. It was brutal but welcoming. You can't claim to exert oversight and don't know how to ask questions or not even read the act. It's foolish to do that. Minister Pernell Charles Jr., I watched him. He tried to be relevant, but it was clear he was way out of his league. Way out of his league. Minister Mallow, who performed true to form, like a square peg trying to fit in a round hole. It was painful to watch her struggle to sound logical and familiar with the IC procedures and their foolish hypotheticals. Trust me on this one, people. Family, go and watch the video, and then you can tell me what you think. One MP claimed that an audit of the IC was necessary as one hadn't been done. The IC took him to task and whipped him like there was no tomorrow in a very professional manner. And they sent out a letter. Let me see if I can find it. Where Kevin there? Kevin, where you there? They need this? No. Kevin, if you can't find a letter there for me. Oh, Sita. Well on there. I don't know where Kevin is now. Hold on there. Share screen. All right. Now, All right, Sita. See you later. Hope you can. All right. I hope all of you can see it. I'll just quickly go through it. It says this is October 16th, 3 days ago, right? It says Integrity Commission alarmed by misrepresentation made in the House of Representatives by government MP Everald Warmington about audits. Remember, I must say, them not have no audit. Them never do audit. He said the Integrity Commission notes with alarm comments made by Mr. Warmington during yesterday's sitting of the Oversight Committee. The MP, listen to this language, people. The MP falsely, I mean, when them tell us, you know, they try to be above board, and they try to be nice, and they try to be professional and diplomatic in their language. But when them come out and say this man a fault, they must say I'm a liar. It's the MP falsely claimed that the financial and accounting affairs of the commission have not been audited for years, and that no audit report had been submitted by the commission to Parliament. And they quoted him. We have seen an audit.
We haven't.
We haven't seen an audit. Thank you, Prezi. We haven't seen an audit of that department, meaning the Integrity Commission, tabled in this house, but they are spending taxpayers' money. In addressing the finance minister, Dr. the Honorable Nigel Clark, Mr. Warmington further stated, I am saying, Minister, that we must get an audit report from that department before the next financial year. There is no way that we're going to approve another $2 billion for a department that has not been audited for years. Okay? So I expect that audit be laid here before March next year. What does the Minister of Finance say? He said, I don't think any reasonable person could object to your requirements. So I agree with him. These are public funds, and I have no reason to expect that that's a difficult proposition. What they didn't do in this letter, the Integrity Commission, they didn't take the Minister of Finance to task. And you know why? I am in charge of the money. If anybody ever know about budget and where money is spent, I am, and here I agree with a man who have a ministerial position. Listen to what I'm saying. I don't think any reasonable person could object to your requirements, Mr. Warmington. That's him. I paraphrase the last part. He said, these are public funds, and I have no reason to expect that that's a difficult proposition. Now, hear what the commission said now. The commission wishes to set the record straight as follows. 1, contrary to the statements that were made by Mr. Warmington, the accounting and financial affairs of the Integrity Commission have been audited every year in its 6 years of existence. The audits, in each case, have been conducted by an independent external auditor whose appointment has been approved in writing by the Minister of Finance himself. So how the hell could the minister come out and take issue or join forces with Mr. Warmington when him sign off on the auditor? Breed number 1, people, see it right there, so the audits in each case have been conducted by an independent external auditor whose appointment has been approved in writing by the Minister of Finance himself. Number 2, further, and contrary to the statements that were made by Mr. Warmington, the audited financial statements of the Commission have been formally submitted to and tabled in Parliament in each of those 6 years as a part of the Commission's annual reports. This is why I'm saying to you people that we have some, I don't want to call anybody any names. I'm trying to be respectful because I have Mr. George Overton on the program here, and I don't want him to be tainted by the things that I say. But you know, this is what I'm saying. How could you come and make such ridiculous statements about the Integrity Commission, not having read the report? And then not only that, the minister himself joined forces with Mr. Warmington, and he's the one who approved the independent external auditor to conduct the audit against the Integrity Commission, or conduct the audit of the Integrity Commission. I'm telling you, we're in for some rough times. Thanks, Kev. Kevin is here now, folks. And you see the yellow thing there? I know me, I do that, Kevin. All right. Anyway, Watch here. We're going to move this, and as my good friend Byron from Mystic Sensation would say, take it away. So I could just take it away. Let me just say to the Integrity Commission that, gentlemen and ladies of the Integrity Commission, now that you are finished with the amateurs, please consider coming around here so that we can have a real discussion about the issues affecting the IC. For example, why is it that you didn't follow your procedures and get an ex parte order against the Prime Minister when he refused to provide documentation regarding his expenses? Instead, what did you do? You say, oh, you know, he's an impediment to the investigation and we can't complete it, and so we can't really reach a conclusion regarding illicit enrichment. We have to make a referral to the FID. These are some of the questions we want to ask, you know, because we know the act, and we know the act inside out, just like you do, not like the amateur that you just dealt with. Minister Nigel Clark, next week we will shine the spotlight on you, sir. In the meantime, we're going to suggest that you follow Justice Panton and you eat at home and take your drink with you to the going away parties. We need you to be safe, sound, alert, and forthcoming for your meetings in Washington. That's all I have to say to you, Mr. Minister. Raleigh, Pee Wee, and the Dread-Eyed Red Band, we have not forgotten you. Stay tuned. We're going to have you back real soon. All right, folks. Let me just bring on now Mr. George Overton. And I see Mr. Lloyd Distant is sitting there. Let me just add him anywhere. I don't know where he is. George,
yes,
how
sir.
are you, sir?
I am well. I shouldn't complain.
Why? Hey, Lloyd.
Hey there, Will. President, how are you doing? George, afternoon, and to your viewers as well, good afternoon. Not in the best of position, so my camera will be off for most of the call, but I'm here.
Yeah, you always look to me like you're on vacation. Every time I see you.
I wish that's the life we could live.
Yeah, every time I see you, you always look like, you know, like no stress, nothing at all. Like you're just moving and grooving.
I'm fortunate that my father has allowed us to approach life without focusing on the stressful issues. So we deal with them, move on, keep it moving.
I like your attitude. No, George, I haven't seen George since last time I saw you, George. I think it was at one of those Friday night sessions over by Kenny Benjamin's place, and that was what, some time ago. Yeah, because you've been moving and grooving. I've heard some wonderful things about you, including the fact that you're now the co-chair of the CCMOC. When did that come about?
That happened a little earlier this year. It was around what? June.
About June of this year, right June after, shortly after we signed the new consensus.
Yeah.
All right. I'll tell you what. Let's just go back a little bit because we may have people watching, listening, who they hear CCMOC, they hear consensus, and they have no idea what we're talking about. Mm-hmm. Gentlemen, could you just give us just a thumbnail sketch of the CCMOC?
Lloyd, you want to take that?
Okay, sure, no problem. All right. So for many years we have all spoken about developing a consensus on crime. We all need to come together. It's not a GLP thing. It's not a PNP thing. It's not a partisan thing. It's not just the police fighting criminals. It's all of us as Jamaicans coming together. In 2020. We got pretty much all the key players in civil society, the churches, trade union, youth groups, all the private sector associations, the unions. We all came together along with both government and opposition and signed a national consensus on crime. In that consensus, there were 39 agreements, which included the unexplained wealth orders. There are 39 agreements that we all agreed were priorities for us in delivering a sustainable reduction in crime. So that was in 2020. I would say coming up to March of this year, about 50% of the things in the agreement had been delivered or were well advanced. Another 50% needed some work. So in June of this year, the stakeholders, civil society, with some additional organizations coming on board. Jamaicans for Justice wasn't there; they're there now. We are now bringing on Bankers Association. There are many other organizations aside from the initial 15. Signed a new consensus, which takes off from the original consensus. So all the same agreements that were there, the things that are still being worked on, came back, but also trying to also measure impact. So, it's one thing to say this is, we want to invest in a more efficient police force or effective police force. And the program for transformation has been going well.
Not to interrupt you, but CMOC is a government entity or private
sorry,
sector?
yes.
Can you please define that?
Thanks for bringing me back there, President. Yes, so coming out of the consensus, a body was determined that we would utilize called the Consensus Monitoring and Oversight Committee. It is a non-partisan group. It includes representation or nominees from all these organizations, the churches, the trade unions, the private sector. There are two key things we say about CMOC: independent and transparency. Right. And it's just about an independent, transparent, and it's about holding the stakeholders accountable to the agreement. So I was the chair for CMOC. I'm no longer the chair. I'm still supporting the team. George is currently the chair or co-chair.
Yep.
And you said it's the PSOJ or who's CMOC? Who you guys are accountable to?
Accountable to the public. We're accountable to the public. What Perfect. We do is monitor. We receive reports. We receive updates from the ministries, departments, agencies, and organizations that are responsible for the implementation of the initiatives within the agreement. We receive those, we get the progress reports. What are the issues? Are there any recommendations for modification? Whatever it is, and we report back to the public on the progress of those initiatives.
Perfect.
Now, the original agreement in 2020, my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that it was a chance, well, based on what the present Minister of National Security said, it was designed in anticipation of the election, and so they wanted to ensure that. No, I'm incorrect. All right, go ahead, please, George.
All right. It was the design that came out of the formation of the agreement was one where the stakeholder groups and the consultations with the stakeholder groups identified these 39 items which were considered a priority for implementation in the country's fight against crime, violence, and corruption. It was intended to transcend any election period, any change of minister, anything like that. Because as you know, if you have a change of government, you take everything that the former one did and you throw it through the door and you start all over again. The design of this was to ensure that we had agreement of both the government, the opposition, and the stakeholder groups, that these things would be implemented whether or not we had an election, whether or not there was a change of government, whether or not there was a change of minister. So that was the hope, that this would go and take us to fulfillment.
All right. The reason I mentioned that is because, and Lloyd can back me up on this if I'm incorrect, because he and I think we had a discussion about this. We're back. Yeah, significant player. He did not show up for certain meetings, or he was not showing up for the regularly scheduled meetings. And I saw it in the newspaper where, when interviewed, he said, "Oh, this thing was for the election, and so the election over. So I don't know why we're doing this." And I think, if I'm not mistaken, that Lloyd had to persuade him that no, you need to attend to the, you need to attend the meetings on a regular basis. because you're one of the major stakeholders in this. And so that's why I mentioned about the election, because it was the Minister of National Security who mentioned it. But let me ask both of you this. Was there, as far as the existence, the shelf life of the CMOC, in 2020, was it given a shelf life to say, well, you're going to be around for 5 years, and then after that, then you can renew?
Well, there was no shelf life associated with it. I mean, several of the agreement and the dates associated with the agreement, some of them went as far as this year, 2024. So it wasn't anticipated that there would have been an end date. It was about achieving a sustainable reduction in crime, and we'd stay around as long as it's necessary to do that. So as with any program or plan, you come up with an initial set of agreements. Over time, you're going to add new things. You might change. It's a consultation. It's a consensus. So there's nothing that's fixed in stone. We spoke specifically about agreements and points that need to transcend administrations. And George, I think, really hit the nail on the head with that one. The crime challenge in Jamaica has developed over the last 40, 50 years. It's not going to be solved in one election cycle. So the intent was that it would really go on. In relation to the point of the minister's statement, I mean, the minister, I'd say he recanted on that. I mean, after interventions and several conversations took place, sort of reminding and refreshing how we got to where we are. And certainly the government would have been of the view, changed the view after he made those statements. They'd have then migrated back to the view that the consensus was actually a bigger consideration than just one election cycle.
Okay. Now, I see Kevin there. I don't know if Kevin want to join us, but Kevin, make your appearance, please. You said that in your opening, you said that you have achieved. Do you mean in the CMOC and whatever the organization was responsible with the initiative had achieved 50% of its goal? Now, let me throw this out to you. If you achieve 50%, why you sign a new agreement? Why not just work on the other 50% that that weren't completed within the time period?
So the agreement, and when I say 50% completed, it's not CMOC. CMOC doesn't do any of this, right? So invariably, everything that's in the agreement is owned by a stakeholder. In most instances, it's the government agency, ministry, or department. They're the ones who actually own the deliverable. And so when we say 50% are completed, it means 39 things initiatives we said need to be advanced. Some of those have been, several of those have either been completed or advanced well. In some instances, though, things hadn't been done, and we need to focus on those. And in developing the new consensus, we acknowledge the point that you're making. Let's ensure those things that were not completed are still on the table because we still consider it important. But going beyond that, we know, the crime, the situation in Jamaica is very fluid. There's no way we could say 39 things are going to solve all of our problems. So once we got beyond that first 39, there's going to be another 30, there's going to be another 40. And even after we signed this agreement in June of this year, I'm sure 2 years from now, 3 years from now, George, stakeholders, the politicians who are involved, political directorate involved, will look on and say, oh, let's add this, let's change this. These things need to be living, breathing documents. It is about the solution. It's not just about checking the boxes.
Okay. You kind of opened the door for me to ask this question. I'm looking at an article here in the newspaper, and it's entitled Stakeholders, quote, deeply concerned, end of quote, by government about turn on unexplained wealth orders, push to review IC legislation. I think where I'm going with this. But let me ask a question and then kind of, because I'm sure one question won't do it, won't do this justice. The unexplained wealth orders, that was one of the priorities. Am I correct?
Yes, it was contained in the agreement.
And now we have a prime minister, and without reflecting on what's going on before the court, we have a prime minister who has made it abundantly clear that he wants the illicit enrichment provision of the Prevention of Corruption Act, Section 14, subsection 5. He wants that to be repealed. That's fine, but I haven't heard him talk about a replacement. So if you repeal that, what does that mean for Jamaica? And when I say what does it mean for Jamaica, I'm asking about your position now as CMOC, former CMOC member, current CMOC member. What does that mean for Jamaica locally and internationally, as far as the corruption index and how we're perceived across the world?
Well, the Prime Minister's action is one that is being taken personally and in the courts. It's whilst he is representative of the government, I believe it's necessary for us to recognize what is his personal affairs and what is the government's affairs. But certainly for us, it causes concern, and it has all come about in a very unfortunate way that the two things have coincided. And really and truly, what it is saying is that we have no problem as a country in making it more difficult for the authorities to do their work. And it sends the wrong message to our international partners. It sends the wrong message to our people.
Mr. Distant, any comment on that? Especially since you're gone.
I mean, my comments align with George. It's unfortunate that that Mr. Holness, I think, as George said, we sort of have to separate his role as Prime Minister versus his persona, his personage, has chosen to go to court over this particular instance and this term illicit enrichment. I will always go back to what's in the consensus. It was deemed at the time of signing that this was an important element in battle against corruption, providing a tool in the hands of the authorities, security forces, and other entities to probe and identify those, or to attempt to identify sources of illegal wealth and probe into what might be corrupt matters. We are very mindful of the concern around the constitutional challenges in terms of finding a clause in the Proceeds of Crime Act that essentially gets back to reverse burden of proof and probing unexplained wealth. And so we continue to be, certain stakeholders continue to be very much focused and of the view that an unexplained wealth order is important and needs to be prioritized.
Prezi, you have a question? You're muted.
There you go. Yeah, one of the things I've been trying to help the audience understand as it relates to CMOC is, how are you guys funded, and just a little brief history of CMOC so that you can get an understanding of where you guys are coming from and where we're heading with some of the things that you guys are doing, the great work you guys are doing.
George, you want to take it?
Okay,
I'll take
it. I'll take it.
Okay.
Okay. CMOC was born out of the consultations with various stakeholder groups, because at the time, which was somewhere around late 2018, the cry of Jamaica and the whole back and forth about crime, violence, and corruption in the society was that there was no plan. There was no security plan. And the government kept saying, yes, we have a security plan. The security plan was Plan Secure Jamaica. And the stakeholder group came together and said, okay, in this plan, there are the 5 pillars. What do we all agree as stakeholder groups are the important elements in these pillars that need to be implemented in a timely and efficient way, and that we can monitor and report to the public of Jamaica galvanizing the country around these efforts. Came together, did all the research, put together the document, came up with the draft agreement, met with the government, met with the opposition, had everything, and we had our signing in, I believe it was August of 2020. We have continued to monitor, we have continued to receive the updates from the various government agencies and so on. And more people came on board with funding. The initial funding really came from the private sector groupings. And Lloyd, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe the EU, one of our international partners, very early in the game stepped up to the plate because they saw this as a good activity and that only good could come from the efforts in bringing everybody together around these items. So they, for a significant part, have been funding the efforts of the CMOC. Lloyd, I'll let you take and add to that.
No, George, you summarized it. Right. President, your question sort of focused on the part of it, focused on the funding, and that's it. Private sector has put in some money, and obviously the EU has been strong supporter.
What I want the people to know that, you know, CMOC, the Crime Monitoring Oversight Committee, is really a public-driven organization that's really trying to hold the government accountable. And also we want to bring them into the avenues and the ways that information and data sets are collected so that CMOC can analyze those data and produce those reports for the people, because they don't understand. I think it's important, let me say that the people understand the important role that CMOC is playing in terms of accountability and in terms of transparency. Yes. But one of the concerns I have, which I thinking you guys may also have, do you think you're getting accurate data from the reporting agencies? Or are you relying on publicly available information at this? Or do they have like a more in-depth reading for your group?
Lloyd, I'll let you take that.
Absolutely. Yeah, I've been closer to the data. No, I absolutely believe that we're getting accurate data. Because it's not just a matter of getting the data, it's also our probing of the information as well. So, depending on the agency, they may come and present to a CMOC meeting. I mean, we have the Citizen Security Plan, the JCF has come to our meetings, Ministry of Education when it has to do with the National Plan of Action to eliminate violence against children. Because we have all of these plans, what we want to do is ensure that it's being implemented and holding the relevant agency accountable. And so we believe the veracity of the information is very high in terms of quality of what we're getting.
Let me jump in here and talk about the veracity of the information being very high. And I'll point to the JCF. Now, George mentioned Plan Secure Jamaica, and based on the fact that the CMOC decided that, no, give us the top 5, and then, we want to see how we can get these things implemented. It tells me that people in the public space, they didn't have any faith in this Plan Secure Jamaica, because I've read it, and I've read where it cascaded from. It came from the National Security Policy. I've read both of them, and I've yet to see real tangible results. And here's why I'm pointing to this now, Lloyd. When you said that you believe that you're getting good information from the stakeholders. The JCF, in 2019, the murder rate was 1,332. Right? 2020, when CMOC, 2021, 1474. 2022, 1498. Last year, I don't remember the numbers, but it was lower than 1498. But it was down. Yeah, it was down. Here's the point I'm making. It's not fast enough for the people of Jamaica, right? When you start, they said, okay, they got together in 2020. We are going to do the following things, and yet we see the murder rate going up, even though it went down last year. Here's why I mentioned it to you. One of the things that the JCF will not give you They will not give you the number of bodies in the death investigation. They didn't give that to you. They will not give you the amount of bodies in the missing category. They will not give you the amount of bodies in the suicide categories, so-called suicide, like the gentleman who flew off Spurtree Hill from the correctional guy who flew off Spurtree Hill, and that wasn't good enough for him, so he got out of the car, found a tree, and hung himself. Declared suicide. And then there's another one, self-defense. So, and I've looked at these numbers, and they're in the hundreds. So when they come to you, and if they should give you a number, you cannot depend on the number that they're giving you. How do you verify?
So,
follow up on what Prezi asked you is, how do you verify the information when they bring the information to you and said, here's our information, we're doing this.
So what I want to bring us back to is what we are monitoring and measuring. So we're monitoring and measuring and reporting on the agreements in the consensus. So the agreement and a consensus as it relates to the constabulary force, as an example, is around the growth in the number of officers in the force. 11,200, I think it was in August 2020, and we should have grown to 14,700 by March 2024. We have grown those numbers. There are numbers around body-worn cameras. There's implementation on a more seamless and ubiquitous communications infrastructure. So those are the things that we're measuring and reporting on. So we take visibility of all their other reports. They've given an in-depth report to us on firearms recovered as an example. So we take visibility of those reports. But when we are measuring the things that should be delivered, it's less so in this instance around investigations and the state data and statistics. Now, as we speak about the new consensus, we're now asking questions around, let's identify what are the 5 key things that we now need to measure to say what the impact of this investment. So we've spent $20-odd billion on upskilling, putting more resources and personnel in place in the police force. Let us now begin to report on the quality of the investigations, the quality of the cases going to the DPP's office, response time, because we've gotten new vehicles and improved communication. Those are the kinds of things that we're measuring and reporting on in CMOC. I see you smiling.
I am, because you know why? If you talk to the Police Federation and if you talk to the ordinary cop on the beat, they'll tell you that, listen, we hear all of this talk about transforming the JCF, providing the JCF with resources, and we don't see it. We don't feel it. We don't see it. We even had the Senator Dan Webby. I think it was last year, where he said to the JCF, to the Ministry of National Security, listen, you've only used a small percentage of the budget that you came here asking for, and then we're also planning to give you more money. And I've been trying to find out now from them how much money is returned to the budget each year. I mean, to the Ministry of Finance, how much money goes back from the Ministry of National Security? And what I'm being told is that it's a substantial amount of money go back. Them don't spend the money, and yet they keep asking for it. So is this something that you're going to be measuring as well?
Yes, we've tried to take track of the specific sums that have come in and haven't been used. We've not gotten all the information that we want there. So yes, definitely in the last 2 years, they've not used all the money that was allocated, but some of the delays have to do with the procurement process. PIMS is not, and right. So we acknowledge and appreciate where some of those challenges are. I do not believe in for 1 minute at this juncture, and again, this is my independent view, that it's a lack of willingness to implement. The challenge oftentimes comes down to the bureaucracy of the procurement process in terms of the timeliness of implementation, and sometimes it's policy issues. No,
as well as the supply lines. Supply lines have been delayed in this region
logistics
for the last couple of years. So we have had issues, and they have been very open with that. They have not hid. They've let us know where the issues are and with what elements of the modernization that these are being impacted by.
Yeah. And so in the reports, body worn cameras is an example. We have known in every single report how much they want to get, where they are with the procurement process, how many we have. New and upgraded vehicles, very similar feedback in terms of where they are, what the challenges are. And as George said, some of it is the logistics challenges that have existed. But I do want to hit on one final point that you raised, Will, in relation to the police federation, because no question that there continue to be challenges. I mean, what we don't talk about is the fact that they have now established a welfare department with welfare officers across the JCF to engage with the rank and file personnel more directly. So there are steps that are taken. It's not where we'd like it to be, very clearly not where the JCF High Command or the Federation wants it to be, but there are steps being taken in that regard. I do know and appreciate that some things like uniforms and the budgets associated with those are things I believe could have been moved ahead faster, but we haven't had a recent engagement with the Federation, but we are trying to schedule one.
Really?
Do you guys monitor anything as it relates to the ISO 8001, is it? Any relationship to modernization? You guys monitor that?
Well, it's in the report. It's not that we monitor, but they give it to us in the reports where they are in the process and where they have received certification.
Okay.
I have a question. And George and Lloyd, I don't know if the CMOC is looking at this, but when I look at the JCF, and by the way, people should understand that the CMOC is not about only transforming or looking at the transformation of the JCF. There's a piece in there for the judiciary. There's another piece in there for the penal institutions.
Correct.
There might be. I think
and there's a significant portion on legislation.
Indeed. No, George, you're a tough guy, and people who don't know you, take it from me. He is, right. He's very modest. He didn't go into his background. But do you think you've bitten off more than you can chew by taking on this role now as co-chair of the CMOC?
No, I don't think so. But let me tell you, my heart says that there has to be an effort to bring all of Jamaica behind whatever crime fighting initiatives we take. It is to the benefit of the country, and it is the people in the country that needs to let their voices be heard. CMOC brings to the table the transparency, as Lloyd said earlier, and the non-alignment, but also what we have to preserve in what we do and what we say is our integrity. We have nothing to gain to fool the people, so we have to deliver what is happening and the truth about what is happening. And the more that we do it, is the more that we can unite the Jamaican people around this effort to stamp out crime, violence, and corruption. If we don't, then, everybody is going off in their own tangent and nobody really cares. And that's why I believe people like Lloyd and the members of the stakeholder group and the academia, who have all committed their time and energy to this process, that's what we want. And I have put mine, I started even before the CMOC was established, putting my energy behind this kind of effort.
All right, let's see if you can put your energy behind this one. In 2022, the JCF was taken to court. Why? For overtime pay. They weren't paying the members their overtime pay accurately and on time. And the judge in that case said, okay, you know what, JCF, I'm going to give you 1 year. He gave him until April 1st of last year. He said, I'm going to give you 1 year to digitize the system so that these men and women, these brave men and women who put their lives on the line every day, that they can be paid what they deserve to be paid and on time. It was supposed to be implemented April 1st, April Fool's Day, right? I don't know why them choose that day there. But up to now, there's still issues with it. And guess what? They haven't fully complied with the judge's order. Put your energy behind that for me, because we know we're talking about transforming the JCF. And part of transforming is how you treat people. You know, how they see you, see them. And if they're saying, well, them don't really appreciate us because them violate the judge's order, it's more than a year. It's going on almost year and a half, almost 2 years.
Yep.
Put some energy behind that for me and tell me how you feel.
No, I am very much aware, and I do know some of the background to that. And whilst we have had some indications of the efforts towards it, I think it's the JCF and Ministry of Finance together who are putting those activities to bring greater accountability to the overtime. Certainly what Lloyd did hint at was the fact that the force is now up to establishment of the 14,000, and therefore we should see them being in a better position to manage overtime. And certainly we want the digitization of the time clocks so that we can reward fairly. And yes, I think it is something that we can have that discussion in the consensus oversight group, that we want to put that as an item as it relates to the JCF.
One more question before I bring in President. Some people will reasonably make the argument that the CMOC, and somebody is asking, what does it mean? Somebody's asked, please give, there it is. Somebody was asking the meaning of, please give meaning of CMOC now.
Crime Consensus Monitoring Oversight Committee.
I used to call it Consensus Monitoring on Crime.
Right, well, it's a crime, it really should be CCMOC. Crime Consensus, which was that document that we created, and the Monitoring and Oversight Committee that monitors the progress of implementation of those items in the consensus document.
All right. Now, the chairman of the Integrity Commission, retired Justice Panton, he made a statement before the committee, the Oversight Committee recently, and essentially he was saying, we have a lot of committees and we have a lot of groups, they meet in Jamaica, things supposed to get done, but they don't get done. We're good on putting things on paper, but we're not good at implementing them. Is the CMOC a paper tiger? If people come to you and they're failing, what role do you play in ensuring compliance?
The role that we play, and let's face it, most of the items in the consensus document for implementation really lies with government, whether it's the ministries, the departments, the agencies, or executive bodies. And therefore, what we do is monitor. We get the reports. Well, I should start with, within the consensus document, there are agreed dates for implementation with the milestones along the way and completion dates. And we monitor the progress towards the milestones, and we report on the progress towards those milestones. So if there are delays, we get the reasons for the delays. We get the understanding as to whether there's the ability to catch up. We get the understanding whether these delays are going to cause the final implementation target to move further down the calendar, and we report to the public. Where delays or missing milestones are unreasonable, we say what the reasons are and our opinion behind it. And that's what we do. We can't hold government and beat them over the head or anything like that to implement. But certainly, it is making the public of Jamaica aware of the progress or lack thereof, and let their voices force the government to do what they need to do in the timely manner.
Well, one of the things I remember in the CMOC was the establishment it sounded like a wish to me, the establishment of a nationwide radio system for the police. And we know that has not happened.
It's almost there. It's almost there. And the reports that we get have indicated that the microwave backbone, where there were logistical delays and supply chain delays in the microwave backbone, the microwave backbone is now, if not in the final stages, complete. And what they are now using is various means and methodologies to give data links to all police stations and activities across the island. So they are fairly well advanced in that program.
But here's the point I'm trying to make, though. The point I'm trying to make is that there were timelines in that CMOC in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
And those timelines, a lot of them, and we hear 50%, they were not met. And
and this is why we can tell you, particularly with the radio network, there were significant delays in the build out of the microwave link and the availability of the equipment required for that build out. And then there was delivery issues coming through Panama Canal on some of the equipment as well. But we were kept abreast and we were given reports as to why those delays were there and what was the progress on it, to the point that we can tell you today that that is more or less complete.
We don't have much time because I have to release these gentlemen here because I don't want to thank them yet. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, don't thank them yet. Okay, so switching gears a little bit, and just to get a little bit more an in-depth analysis, if you can offer it to the audience as to CMOC or CCMOC, as they say now, because they missed off one of your C. How dare them lose that C? It's a consensus, buddy. That's important. But as it relates to consensus, are you working with any particular NGO or any group, or does Statin or the government of Jamaica provide any kind of data as it relates to the impact of the dancehall culture, the dancehall underground culture, the scamming culture that is perpetuating through entertainment? How does that affect crime? And what kind of reports are you getting as it relates to the social condition as it relates to crime? Because we know conditioning plays a role in how people react to conflict and how people solve turf warfare in every urban society. So where are you with that? Working with any group, do you get any kind of report or anything you'd like to share on the cultural aspect and of things?
Lloyd, you want that one or you want me to go with it?
Lloyd, run.
Oh, Lloyd, okay. All right. Look, the original research towards the consensus document had academia in there, it had the churches, it had the NGOs, it had a wide cross-section of civil society. And it certainly was one of the things that we looked at. That whole social, what we call social investment, is a significant portion of the consensus document, to the point that the private sector recognized it, and out of that was born the STAR program, which is headed by Keith Duncan. And they have done some tremendous work, social work, in various very troubled communities across the island. And we are getting some significant results. One of the things that they sought to do was to document almost every step of the way. Document what was the situation before the intervention, document how the intervention was implemented and the plans of the intervention, document where the intervention had to pivot because of what they were finding on the ground being different from what they were originally told, and how the outcomes continue to evolve. to the point that they have been able to benchmark and document what would be considered a best practice for social interventions. And just recently, we heard that there are no international funding partners who want to join with STAR in expanding the program because of the type of success, but more so the measured success. You know, historically, and the Minister of National Security said it some time ago, that some 50, 60 agencies come into a community. They all have different agendas, some of them self-serving. And really and truly, at the end of the day, a whole heap of money has been pumped in there and there is no outcome. STAR has sought to change that. And it is now one of the main focal points of how social intervention is implemented and conducted in these troubled communities of Jamaica. And as I said, there are some tremendous success stories coming from it.
Oh, you're mute, Ratty. You're mute.
Yeah, George. Here's here's the most thank you, sir. Here's the most vivid memory I have of the STAR program. They had a function, and Miss Kitty asked the then Commissioner of Police, Commissioner Anderson. Yeah, she said to him, "Listen, what can people in Jamaica and people in the diaspora do to help address the crime situation in Jamaica?" The first thing he said, "Well, I'm not here wearing my commissioner's hat." Bad answer. Bad answer. That's the most vivid memory I have of STAR.
No, and it's unfortunate because the STAR program is actually a partnership between the Jamaica Constabulary Force and the private sector. Because we recognize that if there are not strong community relationships between the police and the community, we are going to have a never-ending battle. And therefore, they are one of the major partners in that whole STAR program. And we have got good support. And I say we because the private sector organization of Jamaica, I chair one of the committees that monitors what is happening in the STAR program.
Here's why I said that you know, although you're a tough guy, I'm wondering if you've bitten off more than you can chew. And it's a rhetorical question because I know you answered yes already and you'll answer yes again.
Well,
Here's
look,
what
you know me well enough, right? I talk straight.
I know.
I talk straight and I'm going to come straight. I'm not going to dress up that brown stuff and call it anything else.
Right. We call it fertilizer.
Right. I'm going to call it what it is. And that is how I intend to execute this task, calling it as it is.
Here's why I mentioned that. Right. Here's a question that I'm asking now, and that was just a preface. Here's a question. The question is, if you look in the chat, you'll see where people are they don't know about the CMOC. The ones who know about the CMOC, they don't care about the CMOC because they said essentially the CMOC is useless. They said there's no visibility. I think it was Ingrid who said there's no visibility in the public domain. They don't see you out there, you know, having a press conference. And
maybe that's why I am now the co-chair, because that has been one of my cries as a participant in the CCMOC. It has been one of my cries all along that the visibility was not sufficient. We have just embarked on a new public relation campaign using social media and other mediums to get the message out there. And yes, you are going to see an increase in the flow of information coming from CCMOC.
All right. You did mention, and this is the last question before I turn it over to President, and then we're gonna release you because I know you have things to listen. You mentioned that in the CMOC there's a legislation or legislative piece in there.
Correct.
Closely related to that, not quite, but closely related to that for me is the Constitution and the use of SOEs. Now we know that the courts have declared that in certain instances the SOEs, as implemented by the government of Jamaica, are unconstitutional. And yet, and we still see where the prime minister is begging and beseeching and pleading with his confederate, and I mean confederate in a nice way, the GG, and the GG is assenting to it, even though he has the power to say, no, this is unconstitutional, I'm not going to go along with it. What role will the CMOC play in addressing this issue? I know it's not part of your mandate, but
Well, it certainly the part of the mandate that we look at, which relates to that, because there was the recognition at the beginning that the state of emergency was a little excessive, but there was no other tool available at the time. And if you look at the consensus document, it speaks to the development of the Enhanced Security Measures Act, which would have been less trampling on human rights, which was the concern of the courts. And unfortunately, that too is one of the legislative, the ESMA and the unexplained wealth order were the two legislative items under the microscope as timelines had been missed and the pressure was coming on to the minister to explain what was happening.
all right, President, I'll leave the last word to you, sir.
All right. Mr. Overton,
Sir.
as we're closing off this section, for people who don't know and would love to get more information on CMOC or now CCMOC, what can you say to, in the most effective way to reintroduce yourself, state your intended purpose, why it is a benefit for the public and why the public should support you, how we can get in touch with you, where can we find information on some of the reports that you publish and or have available so that people can look at some of the great work your committee has been doing?
We have just relaunched, for want of a better word, our website. We have just in this month of October, the first week of October, we have embarked on our new social media campaign, and they're out there. Our members, I can speak certainly from the PSOJ, the JMEA, and the Jamaica Chamber of Commerce. They have published our reports and so on their websites. And if you Google CMOC, it will lead you to where you need to go, and you would be able to see and get the updates. But as I said, as of this month, you are going to see an increase in the information flow as we have embarked on a new campaign because we recognize that that was a weak point of the past.
All right. Well, look, George, I want to thank you for coming on short notice, actually, on a Saturday when I know you could be out golfing or doing something else.
I have never had sufficient time to play that game.
Okay, well, I tell you what, our purpose is I hope it stays that way because we want to. So, you and I will be in constant touch. So expect a phone call from me sometime next week, and we can talk about some other things and make plans for you to come back, and then we can discuss the progress. It's going to be out, but we'll be able to do all of that.
Yes, and thank you very much for having us today. As I said, we know that you reach an important part of the Jamaican community, both at home and abroad. And therefore, spreading the word and getting the message out there is very important. And the feedback from your listeners, too, is very important to us. So we thank you for having us today and continue to do the good work.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. George Overton, ladies and gentlemen. George will be in touch. All right. All right, folks. I see we have Sophia back there. Sophia, we're running a little bit late. If you don't mind, if you have some food or something like that, you want to take a little break and go eat. Because I don't want cut in a. Wait, Sophia, I can't see you. Sophia, okay, I can't see you. All right. Next, we're gonna bring on Tomnica Thomas from the Risson Primary Care facility in Brooklyn, New York. But before we do that, let me just tell you that you need to get your family members, your friends, your neighbors to tune in. If they didn't tune in for the first segment, they need to tune in for this segment all the way through the end, because we're going to be talking a little bit about primary care. Your health is your wealth. Oh, see Kevin, yeah? Yeah. All right, well, I'm going to bring him out. All right, people, see him there. When I ask for him, where Kevin there? See Kevin there. So,
Greetings and salutations.
right. So we're going to bring on TT, as she's affectionately known, at least to me. Bring on TT, and she's going to talk about the primary care facility, things that they can do to improve or stabilize your health, because as I've said before, your health is your wealth. And also, don't forget, we're going to be doing a piece on the Prime Minister regarding the Privy Council. And for those of you in New York, you cannot afford to miss the piece on the CG. We're going to show you some things never before seen. And we're going to ask the question as to why is it, or ask the question whether or not she should be interviewed by the authorities in Jamaica and the United States. And I think you're going to agree with me with the answer. But stay tuned for that. Without further ado, let me bring on TT from Risson Primary Care. Here she is, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, hello. Greetings to the viewers and listeners. I hope that this day is serving you well.
Yeah. Folks, let's tell you about Risson Primary Care. I know the place, right? I know the place very well. I know the owner. And I'm telling you, it's a fantastic facility. But more so than that, it's a place where you can go to address some of your health concerns, and it's in the neighborhood. And we love to talk about, minority-owned businesses. Well, here is one. They don't sell widgets, they don't sell. They provide. 1 second, please.
Right.
They provide a service regarding your health. So I'll leave it to TT to explain to us, what is Risson Primary Care? What does it do? Where is it located? Who's involved? So on and so forth. TT, the floor is yours.
And firstly, just to add to what you said, we are a minority-owned, Black-owned business. So, if you're trying to get a new primary care provider and, in a community that you trust, we can provide that for you. Let me just introduce myself. My name is Tomnica Thomas. I am the medical office specialist at Risson Primary Care. We are, as I said, a primary care medical office located in the heart of Brooklyn. I manage patient intake, and in most instances, I will be amongst your first line of contact. At Risson, we also have our lead primary care practitioner, Richard Crookson, who has over 20 years of experience in the medical field, working in high-intensity medical environments like the NYU Hospital to a number of medical practices. Other than a bachelor's and a master's of science degree in community health, he has a degree in chemistry, which makes him well-versed in traditional Western medicine. So we're located at 3215 Avenue H, Suite 1P in Brooklyn, New York. Again, for our listeners, 3215 Avenue H, Suite 1P in Brooklyn, New York. And you can reach us at 718-717-2278.
All right, TT, now that you've done the introductory piece.
Yes.
All right, let's pretend we don't know each other. And you're doing this public service announcement. Why should I come to Risson?
Great question. Because at Risson, we don't just treat symptoms. We partner with you on your journey to becoming the healthiest version of yourself. Our team of healthcare professionals is committed to listening to your needs, addressing your concerns, and developing tailored treatment plans that help you fit your lifestyle. So everything that you receive here, whether you just don't get prescribed a pill, you will get advice as far as lifestyle changes, nutrition changes that you should make to make this long term. And so what we've noticed in the past 14 years at our practice, which we consistently aim to innovate our treatments and patient care to better suit our population. In doing so, we've noticed, and patients have communicated as well, their health concerns, in regards to weight loss and weight management, diabetes management, which is there's a spike in diabetes as well. Testosterone depletion in our men's care department. That's something that we have noticed as well, which can happen due to age or diet, and just people have an overall need sometimes to increase the intake of vitamins. And they want some sort of guidance or some sort of a long-term solution to maintain their health and to manage that.
All right, T, let me turn you over to our distinguished panel. We have Kevin Stew and we have Mr. President. Gentlemen.
Greetings, Mr. President and Kevin Stew.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Greetings, Ms. Thompson. Before Kevin, since you just come, you can chime in first.
Okay. TT. I heard you said something in the intro that kind of piqued my interest. Versed in Western medicine.
Yes.
Traditional Western medicine.
Traditional what?
You're saying it is more, you approach healing from more of a holistic side?
Okay, so we do encourage a combination of both. While we do for some people that need medical intervention, we do understand that there's traditional medicine that is more herbal and whatnot. We know that some symptoms that are like immediate may need immediate intervention, and so we do make dietary recommendations where you use your food choices, your lifestyle, your exercise, which can definitely impact that. We do make recommendations to adjust those as well, but for those who need immediate intervention, we can put them on a treatment plan with, of course, Western medication as well. But the goal is to not keep you on that medication, but for you to, move forward into maintaining those results on your own.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Because, it's
Something.
big pharma thing, That's
Yes.
why.
Indeed.
Crazy.
A lot of Black men are afraid of going to the doctor. And it seemed to be maybe driven by, some historical reason. Like, remember that syphilis experiment and many other experiments where Blacks were treated really bad. What I would like to ask you, can you provide some comfort to men in particularly who are watching this broadcast who haven't had a checkup in a while because number one, a doctor man come feel me up, or number two, me drink some tea, I guess. What advice can you give to men who are afraid of getting your a prostate check, and also their colon check? And those seems to be very big issues in the Black community among Black men.
All right. For your comfort, like I mentioned earlier, this is a Black-owned business. So this is something that is a place where, also Jamaican-owned, by the way. So this is a space where you can come in and it's, people that you're dealing with are people that you can trust. We're not going to prescribe you medication that you do not need. And also preventative care is the best solution. So prior to getting to the place where you need, even more medication or you're in dire need, you come in, you do your checkups. We believe that is the best way to prevent anything as far as you do your checkups on your prostate, then, you can possibly prevent cancer, any of those things or early signs of cancer. It can be identified early on versus, not going to the doctor and, having that fear of, getting any sort of treatment or advice. We're a Black-owned business. We're here for the community. We treat our community, and we just want to see, our community, the increase in health and, sustainability and a lifestyle for us that, moving forward that we can maintain, and we're not in the minority as far as like deaths increasing in certain illnesses with men especially. What we see is because, you know, with possibly with early intervention, those things could have been avoided, but some of our Black men don't go see the doctor. You know, it's sad, but we end up losing them because of that.
We have some, we have to have a moment of levity around here. It's not all, seriousness and all that, because somebody in the chat says no medication. Barrington says no medication can help Jamaican poor people apart from getting rid of the prime minister and his government, and all sickness will be removed. So, but then before that, Joycelyn asked a very pertinent question. She said, "Are you on most insurance networks?"
We are. We are on most insurance networks. However, for those that do not have insurance, you can always reach out to us and find out if we take your insurance. However, for those that do not have insurance or, you know, have difficulty with acquiring, we do offer payment plans, you know, monthly payment plans that will make it flexible for you to afford healthcare. That's part of our mission here, is to make healthcare affordable, because it can be really expensive for the average person. And so to make it affordable, to give you that payment plan to better take care of yourself and make that a priority is definitely something that we do.
What's the biggest issue you see every day with Black men and Black women?
Okay, so I mean, one of the things that we see the most is diabetes. Diabetes in our community is definitely, you know, very prominent. And, you know, as far as one of our treatment programs that we recently introduced is for diabetes management and care long term, that we can, you know, guide you and you know, help keep you, you know, keep that under control. But diabetes is definitely what I see the most.
And that's for men and women.
Men and women.
What about children?
Okay, well, we don't see at our practice, we do not see children. So I can't speak on children as far as what we see the most, but our patients, our current patients, we do see a lot of diabetes.
One of the things that I've heard is that weight can contribute to some of the medical ailments that we have. And you do have a program for weight loss. Tell us a little about that.
Okay, so well, we have a program for weight loss. As mentioned earlier, I'm going to share a little bit about that with you. You know, like I said, over 40% of our U.S. population is obese, is experiencing obesity right now, and it is a metabolic disease, whether it's due to genetic makeup, environmental factors, or lifestyle. At Risson, our weight management program is catered to those who are having difficulty with weight loss or weight management in itself. There are patients that start off, and after starting off, losing weight, they encounter difficulty in maintaining that weight loss. Typically, those patients would have a body mass index or BMI of about 30 kilograms or more. Our approach to that is integrated. We prescribe medications to promote weight loss. In conjunction, we provide guidance that will assist patients in achieving a healthy and sustainable diet and lifestyle. Upon contacting Risson, you will be scheduled for a consultation. So let's say, you know, you're interested in this, and, you know, what would be the next steps? You know, you would be scheduled for a consultation appointment, and at that consultation visit, you'll be evaluated by a practitioner, where you will have the opportunity to discuss your current health conditions and weight loss concerns, as well as your goals. In other words, where you are and where you would like to be. After establishing a start point, meaning your current BMI, other health conditions, our practitioner will make recommendations for weight loss medication specific to your needs. You know, and also, as I mentioned earlier, dietary changes. Each week that you come in for these treatments, you know, the practitioner will also make other recommendations that could help you optimize this journey for yourself. I mean, each week following your consultation, you will be scheduled to have medication administered if needed, along with weekly phone call check-ins to ensure a successful weight loss journey. I mean, meaning that I will be reaching out to you personally on a weekly basis. You can express your concerns, share your progress, or speak with me about any other questions you may have regarding your treatment. We also provide other modalities that will help you meet your goal. I mean, along with diabetes, along with, weight, diabetes is alongside. Sometimes weight, some people, are not in the heavier side but still struggle with diabetes, but it's one of those illnesses that typically, especially at a certain point in your life, would accompany, having obesity, and over 10% of the US population is living with diabetes. It's a chronic illness that can be managed by taking the right steps. And once you, of course, for that as well, schedule your first visit with us. At that appointment, the practitioner will start by assessing your specific type of diabetes and its current status. So, weight management, you can come in for that. Diabetes care, you can come in for that as well. Speak with us, and a little bit more details on diabetes care. This includes reviewing your blood sugar levels, A1C, and any symptoms you're experiencing. Based on your needs, we may prescribe or administer medications. We have a few that we prescribe, but it's based on what you need and based on the practitioner's evaluation of you as well. Symptoms that accompany diabetes can vary patient by patient. This is why we believe that this personalized approach better suits our patients. I mean, besides medication management, this treatment will include continuous glucose monitoring, if appropriate, and of course, dietary recommendations, which, this is one of our most recommended. As lifestyle and diet is going to make a big impact on your overall health.
Percy, that's you.
Prezi, you want to go first?
No, man. Then I was saying the Ogre man go first.
Then you should go first. When someone
Well, in that case, go ahead.
when someone walks into your facility, before someone walks in, the ones that will have the mindset that, okay, here is this physical, this healthcare facility.
Yes.
And a big part of why people are in business is to make a profit. What would make an individual choose Risson over another facility? Someone, say, a franchise medical facility.
Okay.
What makes you guys stand out? What makes you guys different?
Yeah. As far as that, I would say a lot of our medical practices, local and in the US, a lot of them franchise, especially, are owned by groups, and the owner or the person, again, we're minority owned, and a lot of times you see a lot of people that do not look like us, and they're trying to treat us, and a lot of the times the owner is just trying to capitalize on profit, especially when it's large group owned, and so they're prescribing you medication that you do not need in excess. You come in with something else instead of, or you come in with, or you come in with something else instead of also recommending dietary changes to try to get you off of medication. They're constantly prescribing you more and more medication to keep you on that. And that is not our goal here. Our goal here is, to take care of our community. Yes, you may need medical intervention to get you in that place where you don't need it, and that is what we're here to do. It's not, yes, in every business you would like to make a profit, but at the same time, we're not here solely for profit at the expense of our people's health.
Well, that's
Excellent.
an interesting business model, because when you heal people, then nobody comes back.
There's always going to be somebody else. When you remain honest, there's going to be somebody else that comes. Somebody comes and, they're okay and they make recommendations to family members. And, we feel at least that we're doing something, especially because Western medicine sometimes can be looked down upon, that we want to make honest with our patients. We want to give them that experience that is different, that, they can know that we can infuse both and we can be the practice that makes a difference, makes a change, that they can trust our services, what we provide here. And listen, we're not worried about a patient not coming back if they get to the optimal health. Like, we live in a society where lots of people are struggling, and whether it not be for diabetes care or weight management, I mean, sometimes some people are vitamin deficient. I mean, we live in a place where a lot of times we're in buildings, we don't get proper sunlight. Something like our IV infusion therapy, which, I'll speak to you a little bit later about, could be something, a patient could come in for just to get that extra dose directly into their bloodstream of vitamin D, because they're lacking that, because of sunlight. It's just an environmental thing and something that sometimes we just cannot control. We work in office spaces and maybe in an area with tall buildings and whatnot. So, we do see there's opportunity everywhere for us to gain business, but definitely not at the expense of our people.
I like where the foundation of your practice is in the gut, considering that most of our ailments start right there.
Right.
So with that, coupled with the fact that, well, if you get better, then good. That is what we're here for, versus we'll treat the symptoms so you come back for more.
Right.
With those two things being what I hear from you a lot, I will definitely tell my Brooklyn people, yo, check out Risson. Somebody did ask if you guys take Medicaid.
Currently, we do not take Medicaid, unfortunately. Unfortunately, we do not take Medicaid. However, as mentioned, we do have payment programs that can, help people, be able to afford the healthcare. The thing about it is sometimes there's some specific insurances that they do not cover the things that you may end up needing until you're already ill. You know what I mean? So instead of prevention, they figure that, okay, you can't cover this, you can't cover that until you're already ill, because, they're trying to put you in that category where you're already ill. And so prevention and early intervention is our approach. And so sometimes, that wouldn't align with some of the insurance providers.
All right. Tomnica, I know we're short on time, but just one quick question. Someone was asking, and again, if you could just tell us, I'm going to have like 2 or 3 questions, 2 from the chat, 1 from me. Is my question is, can you expound again where in Brooklyn can someone get you? Give us a cross street, give us some geolocation. That's 1. Number 2, someone is asking, do you make in-house payment plans? I think you did say yes. But if you can talk about that. And one other question was about herbal treatment, since Kevin's question for you was something of, what was it, Western medicine? Well, I guess Western medicine is primarily
Traditional,
chemical, right?
traditional, holistic.
Is it holistic or is it pharmaceutical? Eastern is pharmaceutical or Western is pharmaceutical? I'm thinking Western as pharmaceutical. But either way, someone was asking about herbal treatment, and would your doctor, go against the common thread of writing you a prescription, but say go home and take 2 doses, this or that, or homeopathic kind of way.
Right. Okay. So again, for those who are just tuning in or just wanted to know, we are located at 3215 Avenue H, Suite 1P in Brooklyn, New York. Our cross streets is New York Avenue. We're located on the corner of New York Avenue and Avenue H. Close to Target Junction in the heart of Brooklyn. We have lots of mass transit, so it's easily accessible in Brooklyn, off of Flatbush as well. So a lot of people in Brooklyn are familiar with that area. So you mentioned our practitioner do not deter holistic medication at all. I mean, in conjunction, as I mentioned earlier, in conjunction with medications that you may be on, Western medication, pharmaceuticals, if you need be, or if you have any recommendations as far as anything that you would like to take holistically, we do not deter that because we want you to maintain you won't always be on pharmaceuticals, and maybe there are foods that may be able to help you maintain your results and changing your eating habits. And there's a lot of greens and nuts and whole foods, real food that can help you maintain your results and maintain that lifestyle long term. So we do not deter holistic medicine at all. Did I answer all of the questions? I'm sorry.
And the payment plan,
Yes. Oh, yeah. We do have an in-house payment plan. We can set that up for you. It's customized. I mean, as far as what you can do and we have a few flexible payment plans. So once you reach out to us or you come into us, we can definitely set that up with you to just make healthcare and those treatments accessible for you.
Let me just tell everybody that you go to Risson and you tell them Rattigan sent you there. They're gonna have a present for you. Trust me. You go there. But in addition to that, here is something that I want you to do. I don't want you to wait until there's an emergency before you start seeking out medical attention. And this was told to me by my first doctor in America, Jewish guy, Dr. Greenberg. Because I asked him, I said to him, I read something saying that there's a higher incidence of hypertension in African Americans or black people than anybody else. And he said in his practice, no. He said, here's the difference. The difference is other people come to see me on a regular basis. And as you said before, there are some things that you can avoid or some things that you can start treating early so it doesn't become a problem. He said, for African Americans, I see them when they're on one leg, when they're getting ready to go down, and that's when they come in. So I'm begging you people, go see TT and the staff at Risson Primary Care. It's located at 3215 Avenue H, at on the corner of New York Avenue and Avenue H. What's the number again, TT?
1P, and the phone number is 718-717-2278.
Right, and if you miss the phone number and if you miss the address, it's Risson Primary Care, Risson Primary Care. And I'm not getting paid for this commercial, so just so everybody know, I'm just looking out for your health. TT, is there anything you want to say before you leave us?
Yes. Before I leave you guys, I just want to share with you a little bit about our men's health. What is one of the programs that we offer for men's health, which is very important, and a lot of men have reported, the decrease in testosterone and the symptoms that can come with it, whether it be due to age or whatnot. So let me just share with you a little bit about that program before I leave. So we have a testosterone replacement therapy, which is also referred to as TRT. It is a medical treatment that aims to restore testosterone levels to a normal range in men with low testosterone. And it can be administered several ways, whether it be through gel or patches or injections. TRT may be recommended if you have symptoms of low testosterone due to age, and it can also, low testosterone can also be influenced by diet and lifestyle as well. Blood tests can confirm low testosterone levels. Some of the common symptoms include a reduced sex drive, erectile dysfunction, as well as decreased muscle mass, increased body fat, fatigue, mood changes, and reduced body hair as well. So some of the benefits of the testosterone replacement therapy would be improved libido and sexual function, increased muscle mass, strength, reduced body fat, and enhancement in mood and energy levels, improvements in bone density as well. And initially, once you come in for a consultation for this treatment, or maybe to just get some blood work done to figure out, what's going on in that department, or if you suspect that, your testosterone levels may be lower than it should be, you can come in, set up a consultation. We take some blood work, and we discuss the best method for you as far as treatment. Um, so that's pretty much what our testosterone therapy treatment offers. Our patient that have been on that treatment report seeing great results, getting better sleep, and they report that they're feeling great, and it's a treatment I believe that it can influence and impact the lives of men a lot, and it's something that's quite common here that we do. So you can definitely inquire about that, call about that, and we can share a little bit more with you or set up a consultation. And yeah.
All right. Well, TT, we're gonna have to leave it there, but I need to tell Kevin.
Before you go, hold on, Will. 1 second. Somebody asked a really good question. We looked at you talked about diabetes, you talked about men's health. Are there psychological health professionals? Are there OB/GYNs in the facility, or do you refer those out? What other services?
We can refer those out. As far as our specialty, we mostly specialize in primary care, so we focus on solely that. But we can recommend an OB/GYN or a psychologist or any other professional that you may need. But as far as primary care, we want to keep like a great record and a relationship with our community and the people that come to us. So you're not all over the place, and we have your file, we have your information, we know you by name, we look forward to meeting you. It's a place where you come throughout the year for your medical services and treatments to maintain your health.
Here's another good question in the chat. It says, are virtual visits available for persons outside of the US?
Great. Yes, that is definitely an option. If you want to, set up a consultation or speak with us outside of the US, we can definitely set that up for you. If you would like to reach us via email, if you're unable to make a phone call directly or it's costly for you, you could reach out to us via rissonpc@gmail.com. So RISSONPC@gmail.com.
All right. Next week. Go ahead.
Again, just a reminder that we're located at 3215 Avenue H, Suite 1P, in Brooklyn, New York, on the corner of Avenue H and New York Avenue.
All right. Next week, I'm a little birdie told me that the director of Risson will be here next week to take some questions, not for long, but take some questions and talk about some of the things that can improve and help our community. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yes, next week we'll have our lead practitioner, Richard Crookston, coming on, so he can answer more so of your medical-based questions. I'll be there as well, so we can have a conversation, or you guys can answer questions and share a little bit more information about what we offer at Risson.
All right, TT, it's been a pleasure. Keep smiling, and I look forward to seeing you guys next week. We'll talk soon.
Yes, thank you so much for having me, Will, Kevin, Stu, and Mr. President. It's been lovely chatting with you guys. Thank you to the viewers and the listeners as well for joining us.
All right.
Thank you for stopping by, TT.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday.
All right. Bye. All right. Let me get back here. Hey, that was great, man. Again, people, it's Risson, RISSON, primary care, located at the corner of Avenue H and New York Avenue, 3215 Avenue H. I think it's Suite 1P. Don't remember the phone number. All you have to do is just Google RISSON, primary care. The information will be there. Check them out. Now we have two young ladies here. They're gonna talk to us about a remarkable effort that they're involved with, and I wish that more people could get involved in what they're doing. This is exemplary, people. Believe me. Go call your friends, call your neighbors, your family members. Tell them that they must come now and listen to what these two young ladies are going to be talking about, because this is about helping Jamaica, not about criticizing Jamaica. It's about helping Jamaica. It's about stepping in where the government is not doing enough. All right, we're not saying they're not doing anything. They're just not doing enough. And so these two young ladies, they decided that, look, we're not going to wait for government to do stuff, things that we can do to help our community or the community where we came from. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to do it. So in a few seconds, I'll bring them on. But again, remember, we still have the piece to talk about the Prime Minister. We still have the piece to talk about the DPP, and we still have the piece to talk about the CG. And we have some more things as well. So we're gonna keep you right where you are. I mean, it's gonna be difficult for you to pull yourself away and go, take a break. But if you have to, then we understand, because you can always watch the program later on. But I know you don't want to watch it because it's long and you have to figure out where you have to come in. But Mr. President is fixing that problem where we're gonna have the program in sections. So if you're looking for a piece on Risson, for example, Prime America, then between this time and that time, that's where you're gonna go and find it. So without further ado, let me bring on Miss Sophia McKenzie and Dr. Joan Powell. I can't see the doctor's last name. It's a double barrel last name. Anyway, here they are, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, Mr. President and Mr. Rattigan. Thank you so much for having us today. I appreciate this moment and your programming for bringing so much to the Jamaican community.
Hold on, 1 second, 1 second. Sophia, can you mute your mic, Sophia?
Oh. Sorry. Are you on over there? Okay. Go ahead. So you need to not be on both at the same time. You need to be silent. You're in the. So can I hear you?
All right, there we go. All right. Look, can I call you Sophia? And Doc, can I call you Joan? Because we go by first names here. But if you insist,
please.
then we're going to show respect. Okay, all right. I am Will. That's Kevin right there. And you have Mr. President right there. So welcome to Reason with Rattigan. We're so blessed, honored, and happy to have you here. Because when I heard about the things that both of you were involved with, I said, I must have these young ladies on. I must have them on, because you know what happens? What's been happening is that there have been so many just bad stories coming out of Jamaica that we're looking around, and it shouldn't be like this, that you have to look to find a good story. But we didn't have to look far, because our producer, she called me and said, listen, I've got a good story for you, because every week you talk about something, that's negative. So we have something positive. I don't want to take up your time. I just want both of you to come on and introduce yourselves and tell us what you're involved with. That's going to make us all pleased. Hold on 1 second. Kevin has something to say.
All right, so I think it is your background, Sophia. Somebody else using a device. So if they're also listening on another device, then that is going to cause a loop back and give us that feedback. So if there's someone else listening to this broadcast, if they can go to another room or use headphones or something, that would be great. All right, unmute for me real quick. Let's just see. Sophia? Sophia, could you just take off your mute for me real quick? Let's see if you're good now.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, man, you're good to go.
All right, thanks.
All right. See, we'll fix things around here now. It's all for you now, ladies. It's your spotlight.
Okay, Josan.
Well, thank you so much for hosting us. My name is Dr. Joanne Powell Wright, and I don't doctor so much, but I am a proud alumnus of Lincoln Basic School, and I would not have achieved the academic milestones that I have in this lifetime if it were not for Lincoln Basic School. And I want to start the story with the woman. Elsie was and is and has been the best teacher that I've ever experienced in this, right there in rural Jamaica. She had us in a one-room schoolhouse, and she taught us pride, she taught us confidence, she taught us reading, writing, and arithmetic. And so I am so happy to share my personal testimony, and that's why I doctor, because Lincoln Basic School took me through undergrad, 2 masters, and a doctoral degree, and there more some. So I am saying I had the best foundation, and the reason we are here today is because we want every child in the Lincoln Friendship Unique area to have the same opportunities that Sophia and I and many others had. And I thank you so much for allowing this platform. Indeed, we are in a global crisis of education, a global crisis where children do not have access to basic materials, but also you see here in America, they're under siege. On the converse of that is where we are the intervention for education in this time. And since August, we were down and closed Lincoln Basic School for 8 years, COVID and the rest. But since this year, we have gotten back together as a community. We have met with parents. We have met with educators. We have fundraised. And since August, 12 brilliant, bold Lincoln students are in their classroom, learning, listening, growing, and becoming the future doctors of our time. So thank you for this platform. Thank you for engaging others in the good work that is being done. And I want to say there, as a statement of need, we're talking basic needs. We're talking electricity and water. So those are our needs. But I want to tell you our assets. Our assets are great instruction, community support, parental involvement, and a long legacy in Lincoln of esteemed academe.
Well, Joanne, before I bring in Sophia, you mentioned friendship and money. Am I place that, you know? You ever hear about the Rattigan them yet from money?
Yes, absolutely.
The
Yeah, man.
Rattigans are infamous. They are
Whoa.
family foundation of our district.
They're famous or infamous?
No. Nobody was not infamous. Famously, foundationally strong for friendship, money, and Lincoln.
Yeah, man. Am I place that my father, my grandfather, my whole family on my father's side from money. So you just kind of
And since we are talking about last name pride, we are representing for all of the members, but I specifically in this family, I'm representing for the Greens. So you know Cover Green from time memorial, and I'm so grateful that those foundational families, the Greens, the Henrys, the Wrights, the Rattigans, are still here for our community and for the children that will continue to do the good work.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sophia, talk to us, please.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, so I'm Sophia Green McKenzie, and I went to Lincoln Basic School. Lincoln, Sister Jew was my first teacher, and as a result, today I did go to nursing school, and I had a daycare center for 13 years in New York City, so I understand basic education. It is very important that we try to help the youngsters, because if they don't have their lessons, then we are preparing them for the jails, and we don't want to do that. We want to give them the best education from birth, ideally, but we need to help to grow them to be the adults that we are today. So we are looking for help from the community, from people far and wide. We have a GoFundMe
at this point going on. So that I would like for people to help to support. And ideally, I had an event on August 24th, 2024, and that's how we made $900. And we sent it to the basic school, and they were able to get the basics in order to start school. Currently, we have a very motivated teacher who is trying to do the best she can. But right now, the school has been there for a while, but the kids do not have electricity in the classroom. We sent a suitcase recently to the school, and they were happy, but some of the electronic stuff they are not able to use because there's no light in the classroom. The teacher is also having issues where she's having 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds, and 4-year-olds mixed up in the same room. She needs an assistant at this point to help her with the children and to help her to groom these kids so that at least they're able to get the basics. So we do have a need in the community at this point to help the school. And at this point, we do need to get whatever money that you could give so that they will be able to make a fence to surround the school. It's right by the drive, by the road. And the teacher have to be watching the kids, having a fence inside or a little door so that the kids are not running out. So we have to really try to make sure that we support the kids as best as possible so that the Ministry of Education can come and do an inspection and start helping the school and paying the teacher and the assistant to make sure that the schools stay alive.
Let me ask you the question before Mr. President Kevin jump in. You said that you want to put this fence up and so that the Ministry of Education can come in and they can do this. But Lincoln has been around for quite some time. I mean, I know both of you are 16, but it's for 15 years, right? So, but why is it that the government, wasn't there? And when I say government, I'm not just talking about this present government because Lincoln has been around for a while.
Right.
Have you seen what kind of support have you received from the government?
Okay, but 3 years ago, I went to church, the Adventist church, and I had a little meeting with the people there. And they claim at the time they did not have enough children in the community to add up to 10, which basically the community need at least 10 kids in order for the government to give them any kind of help. So right now, the fact is the census was low according to the person or the people that I spoke to at the time. But currently it sounds like the people, for whatever reason, they're not as motivated as they should. And because politicians are not doing their job like they should, and the church and the community really need to support what's going on. But right now, the fact is we're somewhere we started 2 months ago, and we hope to continue and grow.
Mr. President, Mr. Kevin Steele.
Yes, Sophia and Joan, just want to commend you guys on the great work you guys are doing. First of all, I must commend you guys for choosing to represent a community with such a prestigious name like President Lincoln.
Yeah.
So
His name is Lincoln. His name is Lincoln. That's why I'm saying that.
So I must say that's really, so you already have a win being here, because you represent the best name. But nonetheless, I remember many times helping so many different churches in Jamaica with different aspects as it relates to giving to their school or education program. One of the things that a lot of people don't know, and as for me also, a lot of churches and small community people will gather the children and formulate or create their own little basic school. because I went to a church for a basic school in St. Andrew, and I spent my formative years in that church. They took out the benches and then switched around and turned it into a classroom, and then they fixed it back for church on Sunday. And that was and is the reality for a lot of small communities, that the churches are these little small schools. They play a role in helping the parents getting those children started on their educational journey. So I want to commend you guys for that. But my question, though, really for you guys, if you could just break it down for the viewers, just to kind of get a better feel. I know we're going to come back to the GoFundMe and all the other things, but as it relates to the basic school in Lincoln, so is the school related? Because you mentioned the Adventist Church and you mentioned consensus being low, or census being low, as it relates to what qualifies a community-based school to get help from the Ministry of Education. What I want to know as it relates to the Lincoln School, are you where you need to be in terms of the numbers you want? And also, you know, are you currently getting any help from the government? And if you're not getting any help from the government, what can we do to assist you guys?
Okay, so we started in a similar type program that you went to, where the Adventist Church was the basic school, was where in the vestry of at the back of the Adventist Church, which currently is still the Adventist Church. They did some renovations at this point, but there it is. We rented a piece of land from Alkian nearby, and they erected the basic school about half a mile up the hill. So currently, this basic school was built maybe 20 years ago, when I suppose the community became a little bit more modern. And there's no help right now from the government. It's the parents who is paying the teacher, and whatever funding is obtained from the old students or whatever we come up with, that is able to start the school that is now. There is no government involvement at this point because the school was closed for 8 years, and now it's time to try to get the ministry to start to come out and do an inspection. But because it's a newer school and because the school was closed for 8 years, it was vandalized somewhat. And it was only in August that we had a meeting, and we decided that we would get back together, and we formed a board, and the board is talking right now. And we are all trying to make sure that we get ready for January for the government to come out and do an inspection, so that there will be help to pay the teacher and to pay the assistant. So there's no help from the government. Also, they said that there was not enough kids at the time in the community for helping. So, or there needs to be at least 10 kids in the school for the government to recognize the school.
How many do you have now?
We have 12 in the making. We have 9 officially, and we are expecting another 3 or 3 is on part-time basis, but there is enough kids right now for the school to be recognized by the government.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hello again, ladies. You're both in Jamaica, correct?
We are in New York.
You're both in New York.
I am in New York, and Joanne in Georgia.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm saying hello from sunny Atlanta.
Sunny today. Okay, so here in the Lincoln community, are there other basic schools in the area?
No, this is only a little community where we have one district school, which is for Friendship and Lincoln. And then we have just one basic school in Lincoln. There's no school in Lincoln. Say when I was younger or young, I used to walk 2 miles to get to Friendship School, which is the district school. Now that's all age. It was an all age school where children they went there from age 6 to 15. And then if you're lucky, you went to the high school or the technical school. Today, it's an elementary school, but this is a small district where they have like 2 churches, one basic school. The elementary school serve 2 districts, Lincoln and Friendship, and it's called Mount Waddy All Age School.
Okay, so the closest school that the children can go to is about 3 miles away, you said?
About 2 miles away.
Oh, okay. All right, so that
Mount Waddy,
Go ahead.
though, it doesn't serve, this basic school is going to serve a younger population. Will be able to feed into Mount Waddy, better prepared and school ready. And outside of, even if the children that currently are at Lincoln Basic School would overcome the transportation, Mount Waddy does not serve their age group. So it's really critical for that community to be able to have an early childhood elementary feeder program, because Mount Waddy has proved as an all-age school to be quite successful and would be more successful with a prepared group coming in. And we all know the value of starting strong and early.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So basically, the drive now is to firstly secure the grounds.
Right.
What else is needed for apart from the numbers, for the government to say, okay, we need to be paying this teacher here? Are they requiring that the teacher have certain qualifications also to meet that payment requirement?
No, well, I think the teacher is doing enough to get certified for whatever they need. So technically, they're saying there need to be a cook because the kids have to have nutritious meals, and there need to be an assistant teacher, and there's also a staff teacher that is necessary. So the fence, the teacher, the electricity, the water, there's basic things that is needed in order to make the school real and sensible at this stage of the game. We are thinking, oh, can we survive if we don't get an assistant teacher? Because the teacher is saying, oh, I need help, because these kids are much more lively than old school children. These kids are, and they're younger group too. It's like a mixed group, 2, 3, 4-year-olds. So with that, she really need an assistant. So right now, one person is doing the work along with an assistant cook who just comes in for a few hours.
Ruthlyn in the chat, she's saying she's missing something. She says, are you running these schools in Jamaica from the US?
No. This is a community school. This is absolutely, there is a board there, which is, we went from the US and we went to a meeting in August, which was my mother's birthday. And in good faith, it was just trying to get the community back together. At the meeting, there were 3 people from the US. There were 3 old-timers, which included a principal, and she was a principal from one school, a principal of Mount Waddy All Age School. She came to spend her time there, and there was another person along with 6 parents. So everybody was included in the conversation to try to get the school back together. So we really wanted to have community involvement, and the plan going forward is to try to get everybody in the community involved. Last week, they sent beautiful pictures of a cultural day which they had. And this was just uplifting because here it is. We started with nothing, and here we have a beautiful set of kids who is now sharing and enjoying each other, and they're able to learn. So the plan is to just continue.
Let me just say that we have to express condolences to Joan Jackson on the loss of her son. I just saw that in the chat. Yeah, we're gonna keep you in our prayers, Joan. And then Natalie Freeman, we want to express condolences to her on the passing of her mom. We just saw that she's at the funeral right now, and they said she passed out. So let's keep those two families, not just those two individuals, but their families in prayers as well. Joanne, let me ask you this. Based on everything that we've seen, and then I want Sophia to answer as well. Based on everything that we've seen coming out of the Ministry of Education in Jamaica, it's not good. What are your expectations? Because teachers are leaving in droves, resources are scarce, and the test scores reflect that. The test scores, I mean, they're atrocious. So what do you anticipate from government going forward? Because the community can only do so much.
Okay, I went to Shorter Teachers College myself as an 18-year-old young lady, and I was overwhelmed with, I did complete the college needs, but I was happy to try to get out. When I went to St. Thomas to work with the students, I had a class with grade 4, and what I had was 50 kids in the class as a 21-year-old person. So the expectations I have is for us to do the best we can as individuals, and but as to think that the government is going to do it for us, I don't have any expectations or think that they're going to be helping poor people at this stage of the game.
I would echo the same sentiment. Just to speak to the census moment, when the conversation started, there were 3 years ago there were no children alleged, and once the possibility emerged in August, we saw more and more families coming. And those 3 families that Sophie's speaking of, those are individuals that also have come to the table because they see the possibility with this blanket of support. And what I would say in terms of my expectations of the government is really, once we are able to exist under a formal scheme, then what we really want is acknowledgement and accreditation. I don't expect that, like many other governments, they are going to fill the educational global crisis. I think that we really are the agents of change. We on the call, the viewers, the listeners, and the people in the Lincoln Friendship Money community that have decided we want to educate our children just like we did 10, 20 years ago, 10 and 20 years from now. So I think we are the change agents that will make the difference in this moment. And like Sophie said, the expectations of the government are pretty limited. But in terms of establishing the school and donning it with all of the accrediting body, I think that is what we are working towards, and why we are asking for fencing, electricity, water, and to meet the requirements of all other Jamaican basic schools.
Is there electricity and running water in that community?
There is, and it has been there maybe 10 years. It's not, it wasn't there the whole time, but recently they have had it, but because the school, or maybe 20 years, I don't know, but they have had it, electricity. But in my time living there was no electricity, there was no running water. People now they're a little bit more sophisticated. Everybody have electricity, and some people have tanks and running water in their house. But this is the nature of our community. It's very rural. I think it's not on the map, but hopefully the children will be competing with the other children in the world, and we will get there at some point, just like we are here doing what we can for the community right now.
Gentlemen.
And the great asset that we have is in the educators and in the parents and the community. And not every environment has a great educational sensibility and real pedagogical approaches that work. And I think in Lincoln, in Friendship and Money, we really have those elements.
Okay.
Awesome.
You want to go ahead and state again the GoFundMe. Where can people find you to provide assistance?
Are we able to put it up on your, or you're able to put it up on your page? So it's Lincoln Basic School.
We have Kevin here. You see Kevin above you?
Yeah.
That's the genius.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very
Probably call him that, Kevin the genius.
Kevin the genius. Okay.
With Kevin on the spot.
That's how the clash happened.
Ouch.
Kevin, it is obvious you two went to a very good basic school. I think it's an amazing thing that we can all kind of be together and really have a foundation from whence we come, whether it was a church moment with the moved seats, or an actual structure, or something more sophisticated. We've really done so well with the opportunities that we've had. We would love for you to give us a call at 718-501-2395. That is, for all listeners, 718-501-2395. And our GoFundMe is entitled Reviving Lincoln Basic School for Bright Futures. And thank you, Mr. Kevin Genius, for putting that on the platform. We link in the chat.
You get that?
You said Reviving Lincoln Basic School is the GoFundMe?
Yes, sir. Reviving Lincoln Basic School for Bright Futures. And we have multiple fundraising strategies, but we found that the GoFundMe was one that was accessible to many. So that is one of the fundraising platforms.
Okay. So is anybody it's a quick search, because I just did a quick search and found it. Reviving Lincoln Basic School. If you just put that in your search engine, and it pops up. You see the GoFundMe pop up.
And remember the number, 718-501-2395. 718-501-2395.
Is that telephone number? I don't see that telephone number on the. Is it pinned on
I think it's on the GoFundMe too. Yeah, I think so.
Erica Ward is.
Okay, so that's somebody else. Yeah, that's my sister. She was more technical in terms of making the GoFundMe, and
Okay.
she actually went to the Lincoln Basic School as well. So it's all trying to just get everybody involved who wants to help to make it happen and do the right thing.
Yeah. And OT, may God go with you. Hope to see join us on Wednesday, OT. That's one of our ambassadors who's leaving now because she has an engagement. But also, folks, regarding this Revival Lincoln Basic School for Bright Futures, I need you, please, to go out and make a contribution, however small. Every mickle make a muckle. And we see the plight faced by the educators in Jamaica, the parents, the students. And so as these two young ladies just mentioned, we cannot depend on the government to do it. We have to do it for ourselves. And so I'm asking you, I'm imploring you, I'm beseeching you, I'm begging you, make a contribution towards Lincoln Basic School so that we can actually see more bright futures, because we're looking at two of them now who are in the present. They came from Lincoln Basic School, and you know, it's a good, noble, worthy cause. And I'm urging you, please, please do what Kevin said. Google the GoFundMe and make a contribution, or you can even call and just provide some moral support. We'll take that too. But it takes, as one politician said, it takes cash to care, and in this case, we really need the cash.
And
So,
takes a village.
right. And
Sophia,
we just lost Joanne.
yeah. Sophia, if you could get your sister to include that telephone number in the description, if you could just edit it and add it there as a contact number.
Okay.
That would be good.
Right.
I don't see it there when you visit the GoFundMe.
Thank you.
And I guess, how many people on this live right now?
1135.
So 1,100 people on this right now. So there's a $20,000 goal. People, don't do the math on yourself. We can make this goal right here, right now. And so changes can happen just from us having this dialogue. GoFundMe, Reviving Lincoln Basic School for Bright Futures, or just search, whichever search engine you use, whichever web browser you use, it doesn't really matter. Once you put Reviving Lincoln Basic School in there, in your search criteria, the GoFundMe is, well, that was the first one that popped up for me. So it should be the first one to pop up for you. Go and just drop $2.
Yeah.
Surely, and no, don't put only $2 because I said $2. Feel free to put 5 or 10. But with 1,100 people on here right now, this is a reachable target.
Yeah.
It is.
Just lost.
And the GoFundMe is tax deductible. So please, if you're able to give with that method, then that would be greatly appreciated. And in addition to, the GoFundMe is something where some people don't want to give, but there's a bank account in Jamaica as well. We could put that as well. But the GoFundMe is something where it's really readily available, where people could see the amount that was raised and it's full disclosure. So that was the intentions of doing that. So,
and so what I promised to do is I'm going to share it with like-minded people.
Right.
With the programs. I'm sure Kevin is going to put it on this program. Mr. Prezi has a big program down in Florida.
Okay.
A dial thing, you know what I say? Female on social media, female on a real thing.
Right.
And I will certainly push it out on my program on Wednesday. And I have some other, some colleagues that I'll just mention it to them. So we're gonna get it out.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, look, any parting words for us?
Parting words is the ideal situation is to support as much as you can, if you can. And primary education is our first, to start, basics school is really where it starts. And we cannot afford for the youngsters not to get an education. And we should help to prepare them if we can. So, that is my goal and my intention, to try to work hard to make the basic school as successful as possible.
All right. Sophia McKenzie, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Bright futures that came out of Lincoln Basic School in my neck of the woods.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
We'll be talking
Thank you,
soon.
Sophia.
Thank you. Thanks again. Take care.
All right.
Take
Bye-bye.
care.
All right. Yeah, man, I'm telling you. That's something that the government should just jump at and just, because it's not, they're not asking for much. You know what I mean? Some electricity, a water offense, and an assistant teacher. It's not much, but we'll do our best to try and get them what they need to get the program restarted and going, or take it to another level. Let me just say, tonight's edition of Relax with the Rebel on Reggae Global Radio will feature sweet, syrupy, sticky slow jams from the 70s and 80s. Believe me. Any dancing you plan on doing,
I hear the voice.
any dancing you plan on doing won't be vertical. You'll be reliving and possibly creating memories. So make plans with your significant other and come relax with the Rebel at midnight on Reggae Global Radio. By the way, those without a significant other, consider me yours. If only for the night.
Hey, hey.
That's a new one. That's a new one. I like that one.
Working.
Mama Eileen, Papa Trevor, Ma P, Ma Jean, Michelle, big up yourself. Uncle Moulton, I'm going to give you a call, sir, I promise. Mildred, Desmond, Joanna, Marie, that is. Paul, Sassy Diva, Mrs. Nelson, Bob D'Souza, big up yourself, my brethren. What for talk? Barry, hope your hand need to get better. Bonnie Jump, yes, sir. Mr. Baxter, oh, you are called as well. You survived Milton, so we have to talk. And of course, Fittis, the hardest dread. Big up our ambassadors and our supporters. Big up, big up, big up our hardworking producer, Joan, a righteous person who is forever faithful to the cause. Soon and very soon, you will meet this extraordinary woman. Not today, but soon and very soon, you'll meet her. Today's presentation, you've heard some of them already. You've heard heard about the CMOC from Lloyd Distant. You've heard about the Lincoln, the reviving Lincoln Basic School for Bright Futures. You heard that. Heard from those two wonderful ladies. You heard Risson Primary Care from TT. Now we're gonna jump into the program now. So here, you see the 1146 sound out there. See, Dr. Wright is here. Hold on, let me add her to the stage. Yeah.
Isn't it over? Let's see.
Yeah, you're back.
Yeah,
Any parting words? Because we want to hear from you before.
Me?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
Hello, gentlemen.
Can you hear us?
Now I can. I don't know if I was supposed to come back to the party, but thank you so much for having me. Thank you for the wonderful work in which you're doing, and thank you for just shining light on Jamaica for Jamaicans. I'm inspired by your platform, and I'm grateful for everything that everyone continues to do to keep our world thriving. So thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
You're entirely welcome. Look, you take
Thank
care of
you,
yourself.
Lloyd.
Enjoy whatever sun is left.
So I'm going to take it on. Thank you. Thank you. All right, I'm leaving now.
Right, enjoy.
Bless you all, and thank you for the gift of literacy.
All right. Thank you
You're
so
welcome.
much. Take care now. All right. Bye-bye. All right. I'm glad she came back, so we could get some parting words from her. The $800 million case with the speaker Holness, Juliet, that is. Folks, I want you to remember something. I want you to remember that she was approved to build 70 rooms or 70 some odd rooms. Then it went up to 90 something, and we don't see any variance. We don't see any paperwork. And now we've been told it's over 120. And the family that she brought as a husband and wife that she purchased the piece of land from, she has encroached on that piece of land, or she plans to encroach. Well, she actually damaged some because I've seen pictures. And now they're in court. They're in court. And I'm hearing that I read earlier that that they were in the process of, negotiation, some negotiations going on, and that there could possibly be an end to the case. Well, let me just say something right now, right? No, the negotiation, if they want the property, the negotiation must be that the property line will remain where it is. I'm not advising the parties, the defendants, because the plaintiff is actually the speaker. She's actually suing them to get the title. Yeah, she wants a title, right? Because they haven't given her the title because they said she didn't pay, and then also that she's encroached on damaged their property. And I am saying right now that no resolution to this matter, if it's going to include them encroaching on the property, moving the fence so that the lady, she have to now move our fence and move our gate so that them have the driveway, make our driveway for come down, because the driveway, President and Kevin, the driveway was supposed to be on the other side of the property, But some of them decide to build another high rise over there. So
they put another building there.
Yeah, and then they move it now over on the other side, on the neighbor side. I want to take over the ladies, that piece of the property there. And then I want to build some parking lots, I think. Some parking
spaces.
Yeah, we have the paperwork. By the way, Mayor Swaby, Mayor of Kingston and St. Andrew, I put in an ATI for the information concerning this piece of property. And I'm still waiting to hear from KCMC and NEPA, because those documents will tell the full story. I think I have the full story, but in other words, they will confirm what we believe to be true. But we need that information, that ATI. And under the previous administration, as far as the KCMC is concerned, they didn't give me the information. So, sir, I'm gonna be knocking on your door, and I'm gonna be asking for that information, because we need to bring this thing to light. We have some spotlight on it, but we need a bigger spotlight, because there are some questions here that must be answered, and to date they have not been answered. I'm not being paid by anybody. Let me make that abundantly clear. But right is right, and right cannot be supplanted by somebody who feels as if they're mighty, but they're wrong. Cannot be. You can't be wrong and strong. So we'll keep you posted on that 800 million development in Lee's Flat, because we don't think what's going on is correct. And there can be no resolution if they're going to have the lady move the property line and know them bring the driveway on the other side and run it on the lady's property, come down. In fact, I would tell the lady, don't even sell them. If them ask you for sell them that piece of the property, no, because you have a veranda and you want your veranda to come out and chill out with you and your husband and whomever. So no, don't sell them anything. You already sell them a piece of property. That's the end of it. All right. What else? Oh, President and thing. I'm gonna love that thing. President and Kevin. I love this. Look on this. Look on this, people. And show you something. Check this out. You're probably going to swap in. Not Kevin and Prezi. Not our people. Look, wanting to pay attention to the front row. The front row, you have the Prime Minister. I think that's Mr. Bobby Montague next to him. And I think next to him is the Minister of National Security. Just focus on the first row where the Prime Minister is sitting. Just focus on that row. This one, let me do it again. Look on the Prime Minister now. Focus on the first row and look on the Prime Minister. All right. This time, when you focus on the Prime Minister and the Minister of National Security, who sit down like two to his left. He said, get up. All right, we're not going to show any more of that. Here's what happened. The preacher preached, it's a funeral, and the prime minister sitting on the front row, along with, officials, and the pastor collapsed. The doctor, when name Kevin, you remember him name saying a doctor does is somebody else, the doctor from the back row. Dr. Guy.
Yes.
Yeah. Dr. Guy, yeah, thanks, Serene. And Sandra. Yeah. Ronica. See him big up on himself. Yeah, the doctor, him run from us 5 rows behind, him see what going on, Them sitting at the front row, right? And
yep.
The first rule of medicine is do no harm. And that means if you can help, you must help, right? But you see what happened? Our Minister of National Security, who's a medically trained doctor, him not think like a doctor anymore. Because he's
confused. He's there for security purposes, though.
Eh?
He's there for security purposes.
He's there for security purposes. Yes. So if you notice, the whole of the at the front, the pastor collapsed, nobody make a move, including the doctor who's sitting on the front row. The prime minister said to him, say, get up and go look. And him get up and you see him get up like them like when a parent shout off like a kid. And you see him get up and him run, go over there. This is what me talk about when you put wrong people in a significant positions. This is what happened. Some people say me that sleep. Well,
Pearly.
What we last given?
Pearly said one was fully asleep.
Play it again, right? Play it again. Come on, I say from my sleep. I'm zoom up my screen and I'm zoom up my screen.
My mind. I want to be in heaven, says the NP.
Right away.
I'm sorry, but we have our rules.
Oh, let me go back.
You're going too far because you're going to the bunny mode part.
No, just one. At least I can
Get up. Look back again. People just look over the prime minister. Look at his gesture, and you can't figure out what him say. Because Minister Chang get up and run like thief. Look.
No, just one. At least I can
Here's an issue that I have with what happened there also. He's sitting, 4 people in, and none of the 3 closest to the aisle said, let me get up and give way so you can get there.
Here's another point, just to follow up on what you just said. That's a good point to raise. The prime minister who's the leader of this country, granted he's not a medical doctor, but at least get up out of your seat and run show some concern. Get up and run, go up there. And then everybody will follow. Do that. What him sit down there? Him sit down.
But hold on. Hold the most dangerous part of the cow. You sit in a room, I have a mic, and I am talking some things, whether directly or indirectly, about you. I'm throwing big stones. And you feel like you really want to squeal. And I fall, whether I'm walking down the steps and I fall or I just pass out. Is your first thought, boy, let me see what I go on with him, right, so that I can make sure that he survives whatever it is that he's going through so that he can continue hurling insults or throwing stones at me? Is that going to be your first thought? Let me make sure that he's okay so that he can continue doing what he's doing?
Mm-hmm.
Think about it.
It could. No. Me see the rhetorical. Me hear the rhetoric in your question. But what I'm thinking, it would also demonstrate that you're there to serve, even if someone is being critical at you. So it could be a moment that it would be like, even after someone was being critical, the Prime Minister still went to save them. He lost an opportunity. What do you think about that, Stu?
He did. He did. He missed out on a huge opportunity. There's no way that you can be at the front. There's no way you can be a leader and expect that you're going to have smooth sailing. People are going to hurl insults at you. You will be a target at some point in time to a group, whichever group. Some people are just not going to like you, or they're going to like you, but feel that somebody else that they like more should be there and just target you. For whatever reason, you're going to have a target painted on you. You are the top dog. But come on, man. Put that aside. You're talking about another human being. And them being in a situation where they require help. The least you could have done is take up your phone and call, oh, sorry, you can't call 119 because we're lacking the ambulance them rat on the wharf. So yeah. Sorry.
Last one for it again. See it, people.
Up my mind. I
Hold on.
want to be in heaven. No, this one. At least I can
No virgin just come me and say, no guy can't talk to me them way in a public. And Adam, me run up and down like that. Dr. Guy, big up yourself here, sir, because you understand what it is to be a medical doctor, but more so what it is to be a person, a human. You see somebody in a distress and you respond. And that is commendable. We have a prime minister who sit down there and I issue order. Him sit down there and watch, Him a watch. And then him just order next. Order him order him police minister. Police minister of police. Him order him minister.
Security minister.
Secure that. Yeah. So
that's security situation.
Here is something else I want to show now. Here's something else.
Who this? Mr. Morgan, watch out. What's that style? What's that style? You understand?
Yeah, don't
They are Jamaica, right? I'm sure something. I'm here necktie, tell them, man. Make that style.
Make it quick.
Don't tell that style. Be a rental guy.
No, it's all right. But there's no risk with that.
All right, bro. You're not going to go. What do you mean, time?
We can't.
Make it a boss one. Yes, Mr. Broker. See there. Look at that.
Sweet.
Why is Mr. Brogan? Mr. Andrew. Honorable Holness.
So cut 6 of them from the bottom.
Now open there. All right, Mr. Andrew.
See mine in that suit. You can't make it mess up your
I'm going to give my little thing. What feel that? Man, pass this. Where do I go, Mr. Brogan?
Minister PM, Adam, you could turn to the camera. Right. Sir?
Can you just turn to the camera?
Drinking at the same time?
Minister Bartlett, just turn right.
Turn to the camera, drink at the same time.
This was not for the camera. This is the one. This is from a genuine health. Coconut is the best thing.
The water reach your heart. Coconut water.
All right, let me move that. And take a look at this, folks. See that? Coconut water. All right, brother. New national branding strategy touted to modernize Jamaica's global image. See me now, See me with Adam Stewart and all for the camera. All for the camera. Right? Demago. The new national branding strategy. Now, look who are the poster child for the national branding strategy. This gentleman here. The man who refused to cooperate with the Integrity Commission, the man who want to repeal the illicit enrichment provision of the Corruption Prevention Act, the man who if you go and you read him report, you will see exactly what I'm talking about. If you go and you read his affidavit, and if you go and you read the Integrity Commission's report, and remember now, Kevin and Mr. President, them say, are we a mash up Jamaica, you know? Are we a mash up the brand Jamaica? Them say, are we a mash it up, you know? Then,
No, get it right. Them say, are you?
oh, you mean that? Them say, are we a mash Jamaica? No, people, I am going to read you that letter, right? And when I read you that letter, keep in mind that this letter has been sent to the several members of the Privy Council, of which our Prime Minister is a member of. And it's been sent to Buckingham Palace. And I'm being told that they're going to have a meeting next week. He's going to be meeting with all of these folks. Big up yourself, Roland, because Roland thing reach at Buckingham Palace, so them already know about it. But I want the Prime Minister, I want him reflect on this letter here, because I don't think he's seen the letter, because it hasn't been sent to him. But here is the letter. And we're going to go through it, right? I don't even know if we're going to get through. We have only less than 2 hours, because, you know, we have to go support Kevin thing. And we have less than 2 hours. So we have a whole lot more things with our. So I'm going to try to go through this letter and get to the CG. We want to get to the secure report, and the complaint to the jail. So we might have to put that off till next week. But here we go. Here's a letter, people. All right. Let me big it up here. Come on. All of you who are friends of the Prime Minister, when you can screenshot this, you can talk to him about it, and you can go to the website next week. It will be on the website, and you can tell him that when you meet with him, fellow Privy Councillors, and them give him bad looks, or if him hears him need the king want to talk to him, or if the king avoid him when they meet. Here it is. His Majesty the King, Buckingham Palace, blah, 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 October 17th, which was 2 days ago. May it please your Majesty, I write to you concerning the reprehensible conduct of a Privy Councillor and respectfully request that this individual be struck off the list by your Majesty's hand. The Privy Councillor in question is the Most Honorable Andrew Michael Holness, Prime Minister of Jamaica, hereinafter referred to as PM, who was appointed to the Privy Council on May 26, 2021. As background, Jamaica's anti-corruption agency, the Integrity Commission, hereinafter referred to as the Commission, was legislatively established in 2017 under the Prime Minister's administration. Among its responsibilities are the review of annual statutory declarations submitted by public officials, the investigation of alleged acts of corruption, and the prosecution of corrupt public officials. In February 2023, the Commission submitted an investigative report for tabling in the Jamaican Parliament. Said report was also provided to the corruption prosecutor for her review and consideration regarding the prosecution of the Prime Minister for his undue influence in the awarding of contracts to a company owned and operated by individuals he was familiar with, including an individual with whom he had an extensive business relationship. And we attached that report, that 2023 report, we attach it to the letter. In September 2024, the Commission submitted an investigative report for tabling in the Jamaican Parliament. This report was far more serious and damning than the 2023 report. It contained shocking information, including the revelation that the Prime Minister had 28 bank accounts. I want to see me highlight it, because enough of them people, I don't think anybody upon the Privy Council have 28 bank accounts, including the King. 28 bank accounts, including a joint account with a member of his constituency that he claimed ignorance about when questioned by the Commission. And I attached that report, that 171-page report, I attached that to the letter. While the Commission's 2024 investigative report did not indicate whether the Prime Minister had any existing foreign investments and/or accounts, his financial activity in the Caribbean and relationship with individuals in the financial industry lend credence to the distinct possibility of unreported overseas accounts and investments. And this is where now we're going to bring in the CG. Not right now, but this piece right here, the overseas financial arrangements and whatever. We're going to bring her in because we don't know what's going on, and I think she can answer some questions. Notably, the Commission's 2024 investigative report recommended the following actions. 1, it recommended that the Prime Minister be prosecuted for knowingly providing false information in one of his statutory declarations. 2, it referred the matter to the Financial Investigative Division for possible breach of the illicit enrichment clause of the Jamaican Corruption Prevention Act. 3, the tax, it referred it to the tax administration because companies owned solely, jointly, or affiliated with the Prime Minister, they had substantial income, yet they reported nil tax. The Ethics Committee of the Parliament should determine the appropriateness of the Prime Minister's appointment of his business partner in the construction industry. He appointed his business partner in the construction industry to 2 public boards, Housing Agency of Jamaica and the Urban Development Corporation. And those 2 public boards, they fall within the Prime Minister's executive portfolio as a Minister of Economic Growth and Job Creation. What that means is that the Prime Minister, the Minister of Economic Growth and Job Creation, and him have 2 public boards within that ministry, and him appoint him friend for head them boards, him friend who him and him friend in a construction. And guess what? Housing Agency of Jamaica and Urban, what them do? Them bill. So the Ethics Committee will look on that. There's also a referral that the Parliament should examine whether there are adequate safeguards to effectively address conflict of interest and insider trading issues facing parliamentarians. And there was a referral to the Financial Services Commission to question the arrangements where the Prime Minister received a secure loan in the amount of 50 million from a financial institution, that's Barita, ostensibly with collateral that the Commission determined him never owned them at the time when the loan was disbursed. He never owned the Shenstone property. He never have no the insurance policy and the shares them where him saying that where them said them did have. They never have them shares. Him buy the shares them about almost 2 weeks after him get the money. And it was 6 months, almost 6 months after that him get the property. The property was owned by ADMAT, another company that he owned, but it wasn't transferred to Imperium, and it was Imperium will get the loan. So them have to go look upon that. The Commission's 2024 investigative report also indicated that the Prime Minister provided information that was inconsistent with evidence obtained during the investigation. This is what them said. It also said that the Prime Minister acquired and personally benefited from an asset purchased with commingled funds from his personal account and the account of a charitable organization, namely Positive Jamaica Foundation, where he was a director. We're going to talk to the CG about that foundation as well, see what she knows about it. The Prime Minister, according to the investigative report, 2024, the Prime Minister refused to provide critical information relative to the Commission's illicit enrichment investigation and thereby hindered the investigators in completing their investigative mandates. The Prime Minister also provided unsatisfactory explanation regarding the income generating capacity of several companies he was affiliated with. And then the last thing is, from 2020 to 2023, 3 companies affiliated with the Prime Minister, Imperium, Estate Bridge Holdings, and Positive Media, had inter-network deposits of 473.1 million Jamaican dollars and withdrawals of 427.1 million Jamaican dollars. He later, I know that he later turned over his shares in Positive Media to his son, but as of the time that the investigation was completed, he was still in charge of Imperium solely because Imperium had 1,000 shares. He had 600 allocated to him and 400 were not allocated. So him alone in Imperium. Estate Bridge Holdings, him have a partner in that, and the partner's name is Norman Brown. And Positive Media, he had a Mr. Azan with him, started up that, and then the Prime Minister, turned over his shares to his son. So Positive Media is now owned by Mr. Azan with 1 share, and one of the Prime Minister's sons, he has the other 99 shares. It's 100 shares in Positive Media. Now, listen to this. These deposits, the 470 plus million, these deposits and withdrawals are extremely staggering, especially when taken in light of the following. Several years before becoming Prime Minister, the Prime Minister was publicly identified as being delinquent on his student loan payments. There is no reporting that the Prime Minister received a bequest or a gift that could satisfactorily explain his sudden and enhanced financial position. There's no reporting or evidence that the Prime Minister ever gambled and won a prize, small or sizable prize. And the Prime Minister's working life has been primarily as a career politician who received and continues to receive a salary that does not appear to be commensurate with his economic station, meaning that the money we might get, the lifestyle we might live, it can't carry it. In response to the Commission's damning 2024 investigative report, the Prime Minister quickly exercised his right to seek what? Legal review. And he had a right to do that. And so what we do, we attach the Prime Minister's affidavit, in 70-something page affidavit, and I think a 20-something page or 30-something page, the notice of application. We attach those because when you read them, people, you're going to find them interesting. Noteworthy is that the chairman of the commission, Justice Panton, recently testified in the Jamaican Parliament and asserted that the contents of the commission's report are factual. You know, said them are allegation or with beliefs or we dream it up. Or said they are factual, meaning that them have the evidence for sure. Incredibly, the Prime Minister is petitioning the court to repeal the illicit enrichment provision of the Corruption Prevention Act, Section 14.5. Said provisions reads, where a public servant owns assets disproportionately to his lawful earnings, and upon being requested by the Commission or any person duly authorized to investigate an allegation of corruption against him, to provide an explanation as to how he came by such assets, he fails to do so or gives an explanation which is not considered to be satisfactory, he shall be liable to prosecution for the offense of illicit enrichment. That is what the Prime Minister is trying to get rid of. When you have assets disproportionate to your lawful earnings, meaning that you have a house where, you know, for the sake of this conversation, might cost, you know, 500 million, but you only get, your salary is only 1 million. So the question is, well, how you live in a $500 million house with 1 million? Who did and left you a gift, a bequest? You win the lottery? Or how it go? How you explain that? That's the thing you want to get rid of. No, here's the argument. If the Prime Minister's petition is granted by the court, there would be no legal prohibition against corruption of this nature, and the consequences for Jamaica, economically and otherwise, would be grave. Incidentally, the Prime Minister's posture is in stark contrast to his solemn promises to the Jamaican population, donor countries, and international organizations since 2016 to stridently address the scourge of public corruption. He come out and make all kind of speeches in front of all kind of bodies, including the Jamaican public, and say, yeah, me I gotta deal with corruption. All right. The commission concluded its 2024 investigative report with a remarkable statement about the PM's conduct. It alluded to, it made reference to his request and receipt of anti-corruption training from right. Because remember, folks did ask Mr. Greg Christie, asked Mr. Christie for training, and based on their mandate, they're supposed to provide that kind of training, and they gave him the training. They not only was he trained, his cabinet received the training, the opposition received the training, and I think some other public servants as well. Now, after the Prime Minister received this training, the commission requested him to sign the code of conduct that encapsulates the Nolan principles of public life. That is honesty and transparency and openness and leadership and all of that stuff. To date, he has not honored the commission's request. The following is a commission statement concerning the Prime Minister's conduct. And people, when you read this, When you read this, you're going to see how them leaning on him. You're going to see how them leaning on him. Here's how them leaning on him. Them say, having regard to the above findings and recommendations of this report, that's the 2024 report, the one we just come out the other day where say all kind of things about him. I'm underlining this because it's worthwhile to highlight this. Useful to highlight this. It says, it cannot be ignored that as Prime Minister and head of government, Mr. Holness has a higher duty to the public to ensure that the laws of Jamaica are maintained and that he bears in mind and do what? And acts according to established public virtues. And say emphasis added. So them say, he must keep it in mind and he must keep it in deeds. What them say is that he never do it. But you're going to see all them kind of tied up the language and you have to, that's why we there, so that when you know have to read it or if you read it and I don't know I understand, we can explain it to them. Look how it says. So he must not only be considerate of the laws of Jamaica, that they should be maintained, but he must act in accordance with it. And it says, according to established public virtues, which have been in existence since time immemorial, and which have been succinctly encapsulated in the Nolan principles of public life. The import of Nolan principles is that those who hold public office should embody, and see the principles them, should embody the virtues of selflessness, integrity, objectivity, accountability, openness, honesty, and leadership. Those are the 7 principles. Listen to the last sentence of the man them putting up. I tell you, I don't know who read that sentence. If it's the director of investigation, or if it's the commission as a whole, or it's Justice Pantan. But you hear them say, them just don't rubbish him out, I hear them say, this, of course, is not to question Mr. Holness's commitment to the virtues aforementioned. Meaning, we're not saying that him not feel like him not supportive of what's going on. But listen to the last part of the sentence. It said, except to say that a number of the findings of this report are antithetical to those virtues. What the man says that, yeah, him supposed to be committed, him supposed to support what I go on and do what I go on. But where we find is the opposite. I mean, you know, get no better than this. Them rubbish him out. Now, in order to be fair and balanced, what did I do? I put out the piece about the prosecutor as well, because we can't leave that out. And here it is. Jamaicans are aware of the compelling documentary and oral evidence concerning the role played by the Prime Minister and others in the awarding of contracts to a company owned and operated by individuals affiliated with the Prime Minister. Nevertheless, in 2023, the corruption prosecutor refused to lay charges. See that? We are aware of compelling documentary and oral evidence concerning his role, but the corruption prosecutor refused to lay charges. And what we do? We attach her thing, because we want them look on fair reasoning to, we not hide nothing. We want them look on it and come to a conclusion as to whether or not her analysis was correct. We think otherwise, but we want other people to look at it. That's the 2023 one, the Westcon investigation. Here's the 2024 one now. And despite overwhelming evidence, the corruption prosecutor refused to lay charges in 2024 against the Prime Minister for providing false information to the Commission regarding 4 bank accounts. Those are the 4 Nova Scotia bank accounts. And what we do? We attach it again. So now that them can go read it for themselves and see what happened. Many Jamaicans are of the firm belief that one of the victims of the corruption prosecutor's decisions is the true administration of justice. And it sounds philosophical, it sounds legal, but here's what it means. It means that justice only for some. That's what it means. It means that if it was me, Kevin, or Mr. Prezi, and them grab on where you saw, we all get prosecuted. Believe me, we all get prosecuted. Right? So if we can get prosecuted for that, then why is it that the Prime Minister can't get prosecuted for that? And therein lies the victim, which is the true administration of justice. Justice must be blind. Justice eyes open up wide. Right, or so. Next sentence. Many Jamaicans are of the firm belief. Oh, sorry. Thankfully, the commission, yeah. So even though she not prosecute, thankfully the commission has referred the most serious findings contained in the commission's investigative report to whom? They have referred it to the Financial Investigative Division, the Financial Services Commission, the Parliament, the Tax Administration of Jamaica, and they've referred it to them for appropriate actions. Appropriate action. Jamaicans at home and abroad await the results of those investigations with bated breath. We await FID, and what's the next one name? FID TAJ, FID FSC. Well, we're not really, we know Parliament stacked already, so we don't really expect them to go do nothing right. But the other one, no, we expect something from them. No, see it now. In light of the aforementioned, the Prime Minister's continued presence on the Privy Council is untenable and a serious embarrassment to Your Majesty, the island paradise of Jamaica, and has caused a deep stain on the Privy Council. Strong words, but true words. Let me read it again. In light of the aforementioned, in light of everything we read already, the Prime Minister's continued presence on the Privy Council is untenable and a serious embarrassment to you, Your Majesty, King Charles III. It's also his behavior is also, his conduct is also a serious embarrassment to the island paradise of Jamaica, and it has caused a deep stain on the Privy Council by his actions, inactions, and imputed motive, meaning that when not doing what we believe him do it for, I'm not do it for, the Prime Minister has proved himself unworthy of continuing as a Privy Councillor and must now suffer the ignominy, the embarrassment of removal forthwith, right now, by Your Majesty's own hand. Yours truly, Rattigan. Now, we put it out there. Whatever the king want, though, let them call it the king's prerogative, right? But we have done what we said we were going to do. And you can hold us accountable. We have done our part. Now it's up to the Privy Councillors and it's up to the king if they want to keep him. But we are sending this across the globe so that people know who our Prime Minister is. And not only are we sending this letter, we're also sending the reports as well. So we sent the 2023 report along with the prosecutor's decision. We sent the 2024 report along with the prosecutor's decision. We sent the Prime Minister's affidavit for get rid of the illicit enrichment provision as well as other things. And we send the request for judicial review. 6 documents. All of them accompany this. So even if them only just give him looks, it will be well worth it. But I want them to ostracize him. I want when they meet next week, them just keep away from him. Just like how the vice president keep away from him when they did their most of the Bahamas, I think early this year, last year, where them she not take no picture with him. She just say, no, me no have nothing to do with this brother. Right? And forgive me for calling him brother, but you know, the spirit, you know me, I know when we start think about him, Mr. Prime Minister, forgive me for calling you brother. Respect is due. The Prime Minister is not worthy to be on this thing. And that's why I get the title most honorably, you know. That's where the title comes from. Once you are a member of the council, that's your title, the most honorable. Right? So, that. Gentlemen, talk to me.
I say, handsome guy first or ugly man first, Kevin?
The handsome and the ugly guy. You can't be too
right, handsome guy first. All right. Well, let
whichever way you're delusional.
I'm trying, man. Work with me, man. I'm trying. But right here, I must say that was a very strong letter, and adding all those supplementary documents will certainly put weight on, the claim that is being made against the stain on the reputation of the Privy Council that the most honorable Prime Minister have caused. Now, as I said, it's totally up to them to do their review to see if they want to pursue it or take any kind of action. But is there something else we, the public, can do to kind of fortify or add on to what you have sent out there?
Yes. And that is, this letter will be on the website. And you can go there, family. Go there and you can take the words from this letter. You can massage it, or you can just use it as written, put your signature on it, right? And send it off to the king. We will also put up the email addresses for members of the Privy Council, so you can send them as well, so that they can understand that we take this thing very, very seriously. And we cannot have a prime minister who's under so much suspicion, and at the same time, he's one of the king's advisors. We're saying, no, this can't happen. Make him take care of what's going on in Jamaica. If he was an honorable person, you know what he would do? He would do like quite a few people have done in the past. Them take with themselves. Them voluntarily removed, them asked to be removed
You
from the
said
Privy.
even one former Jamaica Prime Minister have removed themselves from the Privy Council.
PJ Patterson, the honorable PJ, at that time was the most honorable, but him remove himself. Yeah, him take himself off of the thing. But him take himself not because of trouble, him take himself because of philosophical differences about the monarchy and the colony. Although some people criticize him and say, well, he should have done it when, or should have refused the appointment. Or if he accepted the appointment when he became prime minister, him should have just do away with it. But he didn't. He did it after. He did it in 2022, I believe. So some people complain, but look, better late than never. He's no longer there. So we're gonna put it up on people. We need to know for go in and deal with the thing proper. But we need that.
I agree.
The letter is rather big and bossy, Mr. Rattigan. And the attachment to boot. I really hope and pray that it is read in its entirety and the attachments are looked at by the addressee. And Ozzy Dixon, somebody commented, this Ozzy Dixon person, whether that's your real name or your fake name, I don't care, but you commented. Please explain what it is that you're trying to say. Something about can't touch the prime minister. I don't think anybody here wants to touch him. I do believe, though, that the majority of us here want to know the truth and want the right thing to be done. Him as an individual and as a prime minister. So I don't know, I don't care which cape, hat, persona he wants to put on at any given time. He has taken certain oaths as it relates to certain offices, and his actions have proven to be contrary to that which the office stands for. And in light of this, he needs to take appropriate action. How you feel about it as an individual, that's your problem. But what he as a prime minister and would like to say an upstanding citizen should do is the right thing.
Right. You know, somebody asked in the chat, they said, what about the other Caribbean prime ministers? We only sent it to people on the Privy Council. I don't believe that there any current Caribbean leaders on the Privy Council, but we did send it. We did send it to people in their Privy Council members: Belize, Barbados, Antigua, Antigua, and I think there's another country. So people in the Caribbean, they're in receipt of it. So that's where we are with that. You know, I forgot to show something. I forgot to show you something. Let me go back and play this video again, and then I'm going to play a companion video. So here it is, people. You see it.
Up my mind.
There you go. Get up. All right.
One neck like gentlemen. Why not about that?
No, let me play a companion. Where is it? All right, this Kevin. Oh, this work now, Kevin. So the one with Mr. T.
Oh, wait, did not play?
No.
It's supposed to as soon as you go in there, hit the refresh button. Let's see if it cool.
Oh yeah, to play now. All right. Sit down.
Yeah.
Wanna see how that? Wanna see where him there? Him there, Atlanta book signing. You know what that is, folks? That is the Minister of Health. When the Prime Minister called upon Dr. Chang, our Minister of National Security, other man called upon. Remember me telling about the scraping in our own hole? Look where him do. He must sign book. He no care about what go on with people that drop down and pass out. And no, sir. No. Prime Minister can't ball off of him. You see the contrast, people? You see? I sell book in Atlanta and I'm a Minister of Health. No, nothing about health, but I'm a Minister of Health. Yeah, no, nothing about health. And him no know, and him no know nothing about him know a lot about cost overruns because the Cornwall Regional went from 2 billion to 20-something billion. Him know about that. I hope him put that in a book, you know.
What's the book about? What is the book about?
That's a good question. Let me move it. That's a good question. I don't know what the book about. It can't be about anything good.
This guy.
No, it can't be about anything good. Hey, listen. We know all around, especially in New York, you know want to hear about the CG. You want to hear about the CG. All right, you know what? We have a whole lot more stories, you know, but we're going to go to the CG now. Fraser, you feature the night too, you know. You feature the night, so
yeah, man, you know, the president is a star, you know. So
I'm gonna find out now. Oh, before me do that, producer will kill me, you know. Me have to put up this thing. Reason with Rattigan. See, should I put this up at the beginning? Them are the things that we don't talk about. Reviving Lincoln Basic School, we do that. Primary health care, we do that. Is the Prime Minister in trouble with the Privy Council? We just do that. Should the CG Alison should be ALSION Wilson be interviewed? We're going to get to that now. What action will the GLC take against the former DP? We're going to hold on upon that. Our ports and airports secure. We're going to hold on upon that. We have more stories, people. We're all here except ISAT busy. The engagement, I don't know the engagement norms already. Look upon this. Never follow a leader who is more in love with power than people. Never follow a leader who is more in love with power. Not even power. Power. And people. Than people. That's what we are facing in Jamaica, you know. If you're truly honest with yourself, and listen to all the coconut vendor, boy, bro, God, and you might big up the man and then, come on.
I wonder if the jelly man get paid for him jelly.
He was
doing a national service.
Here's another one. When the citizens of a nation deem their most accomplished thieves as the most electable, then they lose the right to complain when theft becomes their national creed.
Man.
Need that, you know, people. When I say the Prime Minister, I'm not saying the Prime Minister is a thief, you know. I'm just saying that Integrity Commission saying can't explain where I'm getting money from. and him not cooperating with the investigation. The FID, the Egmont Group, the FBI, and others in the US government and other governments, they will determine that in the fullness of time, right? So never let it be said I'm saying that the Prime Minister is a thief. Not saying, all I'm saying is that he has not cooperated as far as illicit enrichment, the investigation of his illicit enrichment with the commission. He's not cooperated with that fully. He has not, right? So we shall see. Let me show you something else. What Jamaica need to do. All right, hold on. All right, here we go. See that? You found that? Organized crime unit in Guyana recommends charges against assistant police commissioner. You think you'll see that in Jamaica? I want to see it in my lifetime. I know, Kevin. I know, you say. But them recommend charge against an assistant police commissioner. See ya. When them not got us, as my brethren, Misty could have said, take it away. Let me show you another one. Hold on. And I'm alone enough. Upon this one here. Former Singapore. I remember Singapore had the gold standard when it comes to reduce corruption. Right? Former Singapore cabinet minister start 1 year sentence for what? Receiving illegal gifts. Him not thief nothing, him just receive illegal gifts. And a prison gone. We need that in a Jamaica. We need that in a Jamaica. We need it. But make we get to the CG and all of the people in New York. My brethren down in Florida, Mr. Mir. Me know, say when you see this, me know you must make 1 million calls when you see the thing. Me know you make 1 million calls. In fact, you know what? CG Mir, we don't put something about the CGs in there. I said, no, me don't want you. Me don't want you get overly nervous because I have no issues with you. You are people on a serious note. CG Mir in Miami is an outstanding public servant. He's an outstanding representative of the Jamaican government. I don't think you'll find, everybody not like everybody, but I don't think you're going to find a lot of people who would disagree with that. In fact, you'd find a whole heap more people who agree with that. I would say 9 out of 10 people have found him to be an extremely competent, capable, distinguished representative of the Jamaican government.
And very active.
Very, very active. Every time you look on him, their birthday party, him their funeral, him their church service, him their soccer game, him have the fun run. I mean, this is what you expect from your representative, overseas. This is what you expect. Him develop a relationship with the community. And theme wing spread far and wide. It's not just the Jamaican community. Not just the Jamaican community. Now compare and contrast CG Mir with CG Alison Roach, forget her last name. She got married a few years ago in Chavan. All right. Compare, right? And contrast. Let me pull up the thing. Them I said I can't do it without Kevin, because Kevin proud of me time I do things without him, So, and sometimes him do it purposely. Him not do nothing. Him just sit down and him just make a fool of myself.
We learn from our mistakes, We learn from our mistakes. I must say, people, the majority of this broadcast tonight, Mr. Rattigan has done himself. The majority of it.
Yay!
So everybody put some in the chat for me, please.
Yeah. All right, just pull up the video, then. Let's pull up the video. All right. So we have only 2 videos, right, Kevin, of her?
Yes.
All right.
One with the great president.
All right, we're going to do it chronologically. Here's the first one. This one was at Pen Release, April 2024.
When we're playing at the world and she's in the building, I have to play her song. Stretch, can you play the song for the CG for me, please? This one.
In what people need. Don't you run now, you man. You won't get away. If you slip, you will die.
One thing you can't say about her now that she's not lively. You can't say she's not lively. All right? Now here's this.
She can't drift.
Here's this. Oh, yeah. Hey, come on now, man.
I like the back pedal move. It's a back pedal move. Hey. She lively. Have a guitar. Her.
Yeah, she lively. The drifting thing of my lady drift. My lady know for drift, man. Right? Now, here's the second one.
Counsel General, good morning. Hi.
Excuse me. You have to turn around that way. You have to turn around that way. You're in the bike way. You're in the bike way. Help him that way.
Morning, Counsel General. Are we invited to the prayer meeting? Counsel General, are we invited to the prayer meeting? Are we invited to the prayer meeting, Counsel General?
Put this.
Are we invited to the prayer meeting, Counsel General? Can we come to the prayer meeting? Are we invited at noon to the prayer meeting? Are we invited to the prayer meeting, Counsel General? At noon today?
All right. No, folks, the voice you heard in the background, was none other than our own Mr. Prezi. And what she do? She just turn her around and say, go ahead.
If not ready.
She already have a response. She said, move and go ahead.
She wouldn't even take me 5 minutes with a response.
They look like me,
Maybe if me edit ball or something, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe she thinks that I can't cook no stew or nothing like that. Maybe.
Look at Fred.
It sound like we can make the stew.
No.
Look at Pressure said, Press, you're bright. Boy, you can't see. Boy, you want an invitation for go.
I'm not with the invitation in the man. They said that woman is something else. How dare she?
Well, here's what gonna happen now. All right. And Kevin and I went through this last night. And Kevin, let me see, I know. The first thing we're gonna put up is this. I'm gonna share the screen again. Share screen. See it. Kevin taught me well. All right. See it now. This is the CG, right? And I'm going to read you. Kevin, don't make me not want to touch this and make it bigger, because if I do it, last time I do it, I mess up the whole thing, So, help me out now, brother, please.
All right, hold on. I should have known you were going to say something like that,
Oh, blessed one says, she said, Mr. President, she said, you can't dance. So she not nothing with you. Oh, what President, she never see her dance the last time there. She not see her dance.
It's all right. You know what one dance can do.
Yeah, that good. All right. This is some financial organization. It says Alison Roach Wilson. Yeah, that's her married name, Wilson. Inspiring journey beginning in the parish of St. Catherine, Jamaica. She attended Erasmus Hill School, Erasmus Hill High School in Brooklyn. That which part? They right down upon it's on Flatbush Avenue, and you can also enter it from Bedford Avenue. So I know the school quite well. And she also went to the American Business Institute School of Business, embarking on a life-changing journey. Here it is. Let's start right this up. Prior to her appointment as Mrs. Roach Wilson, extensive experience in the financial sector, working for renowned financial services companies in various significant roles. Her journey includes being a former VP and associate director at Bear Stearns, as well as a past president and CEO of the Alison Roach Group, LLC, and director of finance at Greylock Capital Management, LLC, and related entities where she managed over $1 billion US. Additionally, pay attention to this one. Remember, she was Greylock, director of finance at Greylock. Then it says, additionally, she founded another lock, CyberLock Solutions, LLC, a cybersecurity company. We have the thing, the Kevin, right? We have the card, the business card, right? Yes, CyberLock. Here's a question I have for the CG. Was the Prime Minister involved in the formation, or did the Prime Minister encourage you to establish this company called CyberLock? Do you have any experience in cyber security? Were you offered contracts in Jamaica? What was on the CyberLock solutions? We want to know those questions. Those are pertinent questions. And by the way, I've been told that CyberLock was founded before you became CG. So we want to know, how much business did CyberLock do with the Jamaican government, and are you still operating CyberLock? We want to know if the Prime Minister had anything to do with it. We want to know. And remember, Kevin reminded me last night, when we go over this, Kevin said, you see, you have something else now, because you know, ask questions, you don't know the answer.
I wasn't saying anything, I said it last night. I was going to say it today.
Kevin said to me last night, we start laugh. Kevin said, you see, you know, ask a question, we don't know the answer to, But me ask question. We just want to know if the Prime Minister was involved, if you encouraged her, what kind of, we want to know all of them things about CyberLock. That we want to know about. Now, keep in mind, this lady, is a big thing, is a big deal, because she's on Wall Street, she's a VP, an associate director at Bear Stearns, which was I think them out of business now. Yeah, them out of business now. When the collapse, I think some something going on, they might to go out of business. But she don't know, like a pian, This is a real smarty this. Now, here it goes on. We'll go on to talk about her belief in giving back to the community, and she has founded a whole bunch. She has worked with, supports the Palmyra Foundation. We notice we don't say the Positive Jamaica Foundation, which is the Prime Minister's foundation. We want to know if she involved in that, because we know that Positive Jamaica Foundation had a luncheon with a whole bunch of Wall Street biggies. And we want to know if funds were raised at that event or any event. And we want to know if the CG, if she was involved in money being transferred, whether electronically or otherwise, to Jamaica. We don't know. We're just asking questions around here. And watch her. She has received numerous awards, including the Bear Stearns Award of Excellence, and so on, and so on, and so on. Then she also involved with the Prince Charles's, the king now, found a foundation aligned with his, and she's 2023. She's now the chair of the CARICOM Council of Core in New York, and blah blah blah. She spearheads efforts to advance the multifaceted agenda of the region, a Caribbean diaspora engagement. Too bad she never engaged with Prezi. And she also blah blah blah. All right, that's a number one. Now we go to number two. Number two, look here. To get appointed now, and look on the top left, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, and them bigger up again. Them highlight how she in the financial field, and watch her. Miss Roach Wilson is a highly experienced financial analyst, having spent a great deal of her working life in the financial sector in the US. She has also worked as an associate director and controller in the international debt capital markets, emerging markets, and high yield groups at Bear Stearns and Company. Prior to joining Bear Stearns and Company, she worked as an analyst on the mortgage-backed securities at Hong Kong Shanghai Bank, HSBC, as well as an analyst in the rating group of Dun & Bradstreet. But tell us, this is no ordinary smarty, right? Here it goes. With an she's also a former director at Greylock again. Yeah. Greylock Capital Management. But me notice, me no see Cyberlock. Me no see Cyberlock. Me see Greylock. What's Cyberlock there? No. Here what them put again. You can't see it, I'm going to read it for you. It said, with an exceptional track record in finance, especially on Wall Street, Minister Johnson Smith affirmed that, this is my favorite minister, Minister Johnson Smith affirmed that Mrs. Roach Wilson's exceptional track record in finance, together with her strong belief in philanthropy, are most fitting for this position, as she shares the vision for inclusive and sustainable economic growth and development. Her expertise in networking in trade and investments will support an important subset of the work of the blah, 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 blah. I'm fully confident that she will work assiduously to get the job done. And then it go on and on. Now, you see where me I go with this? Finance. More ask the CG some questions right here before we move to the next slide. More ask the CG, before she became CG, did she have the occasion to speak to the Prime Minister on a regular basis? I mean, not talk weekly, I talk daily. Did she have the occasion to speak to him on a daily basis? And what was the nature of that conversation? Because she's a financial, this is before she became CG now, right? And remember now, the Prime Minister now, him can't really explain certain financial things to the Integrity Commission. So we are saying, well, wait a minute now. This lady is a financial genius. And we want to know if she'd have talked to the Prime Minister on a daily basis. And if so, what was she discussing with him? Could it be? We don't know. Could it be that she was discussing financial matters with him? And if so, what are these financial matters? Do they include overseas investment and accounts? We don't know. We need to know. And so that's why we're asking for FID to liaise with Egmont, and at Egmont have investigators come and talk to her. Right? We need them to come and talk to her. But the story gets more intriguing and interesting. Next slide. My brethren, every time I said, I have to do this, I have to say, Mystic, take it away. All right, here we go. Sarah again, Lady Alcion, big up yourself. See there? Jamaica's CG to New York with responsibility for 33 states. How many of them states that she got? We don't know. And she have some bossy picture, so yeah, dress well, very well.
IG, turn up.
Yeah, man, we give credit where credit is due, man. Yeah, man. Sarah, man, beautiful smile and everything. Yes. She dresses the part, but is she acting the part? Next slide. What I want to say. Same thing. This is talking about her. This is put out by Team Jamaica Bickle, which is a group that sponsors the athletes when they come up from Jamaica to participate. Pen relays. And then put out something there, say that she, them a big her up and financial industry and blah blah blah. There you go. All right, next one. My big her up, man. Oh, Sita, man, Cyberlock, Sita. See, people. See, business card, And the address is 630 Fifth Avenue, Suite 500. We want to know if we see a report. We see one report where them say she established Cyberlock. We want to know what is Cyberlock. It sounds like a cyber thing, right? We want to know if the Prime Minister like I said, encourage her to form this group here. And if she got any contracts from Jamaica, we want to know about them things there. Again, the story gets more intriguing. Make we move on. No, people, this is, I don't, how you call it? Privé? Yeah, call the accent over the E, so you have to stress the E. I say, gonna privé nail bar.
Yeah,
Privé nail bar. You can't big it up for me there, Kev.
No, that one is a video. You can't really do much with it.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, and look at it, it says Lady Alcyon, and a few picture we see there. And here where it says, treat yourself at Privé Nail Bar. Step into a world of relaxation and beauty at Privé Nail Bar. We believe that self-care is not just a luxury, it's a necessity. Located at 408-410 Cedar Lane in Teaneck, New Jersey, our nail spa is your go-to oasis for nail perfection. Whether you need a quick polish, refresh, or a full pampering session, our expert technicians are here to spoil you with the highest quality service. Indulge in our serene environment and leave feeling refreshed and fabulous. And the phone number there. All right. And see somebody put there, is this Jamaica's business or your personal business? Somebody put see somebody, you know, so no, we have her here, and we don't know if she's advertising or if she's an owner. We don't know at this point. Thanks, Kevin. Sit now. Them are showing nail. Yeah. All right. Let's see.
Them nails are pretty soft. You know, I get no flour dumpling from them nails, you know.
No, hold on, Kevin. I thought the video them show you them go down the hallway and show you people.
Yes, man. You went. Just play that video. Click in the middle.
No, play it. Make it smaller there.
Maybe
just refresh it. Refresh a page.
Okay, hold on. Refresh.
Yeah, man. That's one. There we go.
What go on there? See it there?
You're
nice.
Playing,
nice place. All right, Privé Nail Bar. And you see somebody asked if Jamaica business or for your business. We don't know. We don't know. But we could go to the next video and see if we can find out something. Here's what we'll find out about Privé. Privé was sued. And look who big up the thing, Kev. Look on it. All right. Look right there, so. It's Robert Curley Trust, and them own the location where Privé there. And it says.
Oh, sorry, I'm going too far.
Oh.
All right, go on now.
All right, hold on then. No. No, go back to which part, the actual complaint.
Scroll up.
Okay, what's this? Okay. All right, see it here. Look close. All right, let me see it right. All right, look right there, some people. You see Roberta D. Curley Trust, plaintiffs. That means that them bring the lawsuit. And look who them bring the lawsuit against. Priv, them call it Priv, them misspell right there, so Nail Bar, LLC. Look on the two names them were associated with Priv Nail Bar. Brian Roach and Alcyon Roach. Brian no name Roach. There's a mistake when them find it, when them file it right there. So
Brian name Wilson.
Yeah, Brian. It should be Brian Wilson and Alcyon Roach Wilson. But in any event, them have
because she had a big wig, him take her name when them get married.
But we don't know if a fair business, brother. We don't know if it's advertised, she advertised. We don't know. No. Watch here now. The owner of record, I'll read it because it's kind of hard for me to say. The owner, all right,
it's a little bigger for you.
All right, cool. No, look what them get so far. Them get so. Where is it?
It's a little bit too big, Kevin. Over there, right, I cut off like property.
Oh yeah.
On property.
All right.
No, right, good.
All right.
Yeah, right. Good.
Okay.
It said no, the tenants are Privy Bar. It says have been in possession of these premises since May 14, 2018 under a written agreement. So it looked like a lease. Them is a lease, the place. Yes, a lease. Look at number 6. The landlord has registered lease, right? Now, them supposed to pay $2,622. It's supposed to be on the first day of each month in advance. It have 1%, but it's supposed to be at first. $2,600 for the nail bar every month, right? And look at now, them said there is due unpaid and owing from tenant to plaintiff landlord $12,497 from October 2021 to May 2022. October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May. So that's about 8 months. Them not paying no rent, right? So 7 or 8 months them not paying no rent. So them owe money plus late charge. I remember now them I rent that place from 2018. Priv Neil, I rent that from 2018, right? So that is that. So them say you have to pay up the money because this is for non-payment. It's not for eviction. It's just for non-payment. So if them pay the money, then them get for stay. Them get for remain, right? So apparently them pay the money because guess what? No. What was it, Kevin? Hey, check it out, y'all. Big it up. All right. Now, Kevin explained to me last night that whenever you say, because I'm not on Facebook personally, I'm not. So Kevin said that if you say March 31st, it explained to me that it means that it's the current year, because otherwise you'll be able to determine. They would have known, say, it's last year or 10 years ago or whatever. But if you say March 31st, it means this year. Now, remember, just go back to the dates. They might occupy the place from 2018, all right? And they're not paying no rent, not 2021. And then the thing say, hey, if you don't pay the rent, you can't stay. So that's 2021. Now, this is 2024. Now, listen to this. Listen to this. It says, Counsel General Alcian, right? Hello, my beautiful friends. We are thrilled to announce that Priv Nail Bar is now open. So them pay the money, I don't know, 2022. So I don't know what between 2022 and now, but it's open. And it says, nestled in the heart of our lovely community at 410 Cedar Lane, Teaneck, New Jersey. We are here to bring a touch of elegance and serenity to your self-care routine. As a proud minority-owned business, we're dedicated to creating an inclusive, welcoming space for everyone to relax, rejuvenate, and express themselves through the art of nail care. Whether you're looking for a classic manicure, an intricate nail design, or a pampering spa treatment, our skilled professionals are here to cater to your every need. Don't wait to treat yourself. Call us. Or blah, 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 blah. See you soon at Privy Nail Bar, where beauty and care meet. No, that's the Counsel General. No, look at the language. We are thrilled to announce that it is open. And then she went on to say, we're here to bring a touch of elegance. Second paragraph, as a proud minority-owned business, we're is a contraction. It's a contraction for we are. We're dedicated. So you can read it as we are dedicated. And then she go down at the bottom, the last sentence, whether you're looking for a classic manicure, blah, 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 our skilled professionals are here. No, you know what you call that in English language? You call that first person plural. We. It means you in. It's used to refer to a group of people, including the speaker or the writer. So when she said we are, she has said me and my business this too. Me and other people own it. That's what she has said. So the question that the person asked earlier, when the person said, is this your business or government business? So now, let me see if we don't have any more, right? Okay, all right, fine. So here are the questions now, right? We're asking questions because we're in the diaspora And the CG is here to work with us in the diaspora.
So Rebel.
Yes, sir.
The property that she was being sued for and this location is the same location?
The property show, yes. I think it's the same location. Let me go back and look. Hold on. Let me go back and look. Because I think she paid. I think she paid the money.
Do they list their address?
Who drafted this? I don't know who drafted the complaint. It's T-neck. Here's the address. 408. Here it is. 408 Cedar Lane. So make me go back. Oh, 410. She have no 410. So I don't know what going on. If she move one door down, I don't know what happened.
But it's the same place.
Yeah,
it look like one is a suite, or it look like because some of these locations, it's really 2 suites, and then they knock out the partition wall, and the main door is under 408, and the rest of the
Hold on there. Here's what happened. If you look at this says 408-410. Then them suit, right? So now she have 410. So it's the same location. If you look right here, the first one right here. If you up, see it right there, so
408 to 410.
Yeah, and then if you look here, you see 408. So it looked like she must have 2 slots. She never pay for that one. That one she never pay for.
At the same place, man.
Yeah, she have 2, 408 and 410. Them sue up on 408, right? So it looked like she must have give up 408 because look what this one I said. We're now at 410. So it looked like she had 408 and 410. And them sue her for 408. And whatever happened this one, now them they have 410. Right? So now
it looks like it's just 2 doors to me. And them just choose which door they want to use. One is an indoor and the other is an outdoor.
Good. Now here are the questions I want to ask the CG now. Some serious questions.
The same place. Thank you, Kyle.
What's that? What Kyle said?
Kyle said Google Maps says the same place.
Thank you, Kyle. Good. Yeah, that's why we hold on. Oh, Gigi says she'll go there tomorrow. And look on the address cards. They're on our way.
Gigi in Jersey. All right. Let us know.
Right. Now, here are some questions we want to ask the CG. We're not passing any judgment around here. We're just inquiring minds. We just want to know. And we're diaspora members, right? Our diaspora members. Does she have land in Beverly Hills close to the Prime Minister's residence? And what role did the Prime Minister play in helping her to secure that piece of property if she's the owner of that property? We just want to know. We're not accusing her or anything, We're not accusing. We're just asking. Kevin, why you laugh? We're just asking. Does she own a piece of property in Beverly? And if she does, the Prime Minister instrumental in the acquisition of this. We don't know. We do not know, people. We're just asking questions.
So you really don't know the answer to that question? You really and truly don't know the answer to that question?
We're just asking. That's all we're doing. We're just asking around here. Just asking. We don't know. We don't. Why you laugh? We don't know. We're just asking questions. Then there's another one here now. The nail bar and ownership on the lawsuit. No, she owned this thing because she said our. So now the question is
not French.
The question, not French. Not yes in French. No, the question is the Jamaican public, is the Jamaican taxpayer paying for her to occupy this position as CG and have her run a private business? Is this her business? Because it would appear as if she's involved in this business because the lawsuit named her. And then she come out and say, we, our. So If it's her business, we want to know if it's her business. That's the first thing. If she's involved in any way, shape, or form. And if she is it ethical? Never mind legal. Is it ethical for her to come over here and be the CG, or stay here because she was always here, be the CG and then run a private business on the side? If that is her business, we just want to know. Inquiring minds want to know. Right? Also, we want to know whether or not she filed with the Department of Justice as under the Foreign Agents Registration Act, because we want to know if she gave up if she had U.S. citizenship, and if she gave up her U.S. citizenship for this job, and if she did, then what does she have? Does she have we know she have an A1 visa, but we don't know if she have a B1, B2, meaning a tourist visa, or if she have a green card. But either way, guess what happened? She's a U.S. person. And as a U.S. person working for a foreign government, you have to, she's required now to fill out the Foreign Agents Registration Act form to tell the U.S. government that, hey, I am a U.S. person, but I'm working for this foreign government, and this is what I'm doing. She's required to do that. Is she doing that? Department of Justice, I hope you're listening, because you may have a case here. You may have, because we don't know. We're just asking questions. So the nail bar, the ownership. Also, we want to know, how does she pay taxes? Because if she's a green card holder and she's running a business, because remember, as a diplomat, you know, it's tax free, right? You don't pay taxes here, and you're not supposed to run a business if you're a diplomat in America. You're not supposed to run a business. But if she's running this Privy nail bar and there's income, how is she filing her taxes? If she's filing taxes, how is it being done? This nail bar, how much money did she, if any, how much money did she contribute to the establishment of this business? Because it would appear based on what she wrote that she's involved with this business more than just past interest. It would appear that way, right? And more than just advertising. Then we want to know about the charity, the Positive Jamaica Foundation. What was her role, if any, in that charity? We know that, as I said before, we know that they had a function, and the Prime Minister spoke, and the function was held under the auspices of the Positive Jamaica Foundation. Has that foundation money from people living overseas, England, Canada, the US? If yes, what does the Counsel General know about funds collected and being transferred to Jamaica? Because I'm sure the money, if it was collected, didn't remain here. So she has to answer those questions. As a money manager, again, we want to know, was she talking to the Prime Minister? This was before she became CG. And what was the nature of that conversation? And I don't need to tell whoever the investigators are that they can pull her phone records and look at the phone records for that period to see who she was talking to, right? And in some cases, some phone calls may have been monitored, like taped. We don't know. We're just asking questions.
Wait, hold on. Brown paper bag. What do you mean a Diddy like dude? What that mean? Diddy style dude. Ratty, you know anything about that? That she's married to a Diddy style dude? What Diddy style mean?
No, I don't know the gentleman. I've never looked into his background.
Brown paper bag, come talk up the things. Shake out the bag there.
I don't know. Somebody in the chat knows something.
It look like brown paper bag knows something. Brown paper bag have something hiding in the bag.
Oh, I said brown paper. Oh, we just see it now. She's married to a P. Diddy. Oh, well, I don't know what that means.
What that mean?
Brown paper bag.
They throw these exotic parties and invite a lot of big wigs. Is that?
But it's look at Anthony P. Right. That's what it means. P. Diddy, man.
So what?
The P. Diddy style, man.
Okay, they throw these kind of exotic parties. Oh,
well, somebody said right here.
Jano Anthony, really? It's not me, Janet. It's not me. I'm reading the comments and asking the questions.
So, these are. Go ahead.
But hold on. Somebody said stick to the topic and don't divert. But they're kind of related because you're going to need to get some money to throw these exotic parties, and depending on who you invite to these parties, who you're rubbing shoulders with, a lot of business happen on golf courses, but a lot of businesses happen elsewhere also. So how the business part of the business go? Because you have to make these alliances, and you have these arrangements. And they all happen before you get to the boardroom. So something might be in something. There might be something else brewing in the wings. I don't know.
So I guess that's how it go. I don't.
Okay, so let me ask that question, Ratty.
Ask me, brother.
Yeah, can a diplomat have dual citizenship? Because as far as I'm concerned, I think that the CG would have gotten one of those pretty, within them, black, the diplomatic passport for Jamaica. So when she's traveling, she travel with, all the privileges that comes with being a diplomat and her entourage. So with this big argument about Market G being a citizen, and she says she got high school up here, come from St. Catherine, but she since been in the States since she little. So what I'm trying to figure out, is she a US citizen or is she a Jamaican citizen? Did she give, I don't know if you know off the bat, but no. I think it's important to know.
My understanding, go ahead, Kevin.
There's even more, because Smuddy, literally the name that they go by, Smuddy say, the schools that she listed that she go to don't even exist.
There's no school of business named America Institute. I think it's listed. Let me go back and look at it.
Was there a school name so that don't name so anymore? Or because
no, but Ratty say him know the high school. Him say him know the high school in Brooklyn. Ratty know the high school.
Yeah, the high school, but the business school is what somebody is saying, that her credentials are not quite what they're supposed to be.
See this one right here? The high school Erasmus Hill. I know that school. But this one here, the American Business Institute and the School of Business, I don't know about that.
Okay. ABI.
Yeah, I don't know that school. I don't know that school.
No. The point is not even about our qualification, but is mainly the citizenship and the conflict based on the Geneva Convention, because I was looking up at what the Geneva Convention, the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, 1961. So diplomats enjoy privileges and immunities under the convention, including immunity from jurisdiction of the host country, civil and administrative laws. However, the convention typically restricts diplomats from engaging in commercial activities in the host country, as this may conflict with their diplomatic functions.
Spanish.
I'm gonna be doing. Hey, I really don't you come from. Spanish town. Mama gonna beat you with the stick.
No. See, no. You're right. There's a problem here right now. And then also, you think about it. Think about the tax implications of this. Think about the immigration implications of this. So that's why we said they need to come and speak to her. And we are going to try our level best to get them to speak to her, because we believe there may be some violations here. Some serious violations. And Jamaica people, while I know watch in Jamaica, remember now, a full tax dollar she up up on a guani, full of tax dollars and I run business. And again, we want to get to the bottom of this because as she said, she said, we are telling you that our thing open. We, right? First, we call that first person plural. So you refer to yourself, right? That she said. She not say the private bars open. She not do it like an advertisement. Say, hey, the bars open and blah blah blah, and leave herself out of it. She included herself in it. So much so that one person commented and said, is this Jamaica business or your private business? So she have to go answer them questions, yeah. And we just want to find out now about the cyber lock. We want to find out about cyber lock. Was the Prime Minister involved in the establishment, or did he encourage her or anything like that to set up cyber lock? Because me just I think to myself, and I say, why would a finance person, not only a finance person, but somebody who is involved in high finance, suddenly decide to open up cyber lock? And then if you look on the other rest of write up, you don't say cyber lock. You don't, but people see it as so. See it right there, so. See the Alcian, you can make out the AL, but see it, well, the A, see it Alcian Roach, President and CEO, Cyberlock. What would that prompt her then for leave high finance, or while doing high finance, to open up Cyberlock? I want to know, what is Cyberlock? What business was Cyberlock involved in? Was it involved in any business in Jamaica? Was she involved as a subcontractor or a contractor? Was she paid? And was she paid while being the CG? Or what happened to this? We don't know. These are questions.
Put the card again, Mr. Something. Put the card one more time.
Yeah,
please.
Yeah, Anthony R. Yeah, man. You know, Anthony R. You know, thing that they have Flatbush Avenue, man. That one entrance upon Bedford Avenue and one upon Flatbush. Right after you come off of Church Avenue there. If you go down Church Avenue and you pass Bedford, you make a left on Church Avenue and the school upon your left hand side. I go down. Before you get to the KFC, where upon your right hand side.
Yeah, thank you, Ratty.
All right.
No, President just go upon the people and website.
I'm if you tell her.
Well,
deep dive.
But the thing about it is,
we can't send our text to them. We can't send our text to we're a deep dive.
Anthony G, that's a good question. Is Jamaica doing business with Cyberlock? We need to know. They say, what could go so? Well, see it goes so. See it right there, so. It goes so. See it right there, so Alcian Roach. It goes so. So we need to find out all of these questions. Let me recap. We want to find out if she's the owner of a piece of property in Beverly Hills in Jamaica, close to where the Prime Minister resides, and whether or not the Prime Minister was instrumental in her acquisition of this piece of property. We don't know. We just need to know. We need to know the nail bar, the ownership of the nail bar, because we see the lawsuit, so she's named in the lawsuit. So we need to know who's the ownership of it, although she said we are our. And then we need to know what is the tax implications of that, because you're not supposed to, President just read it out, the Geneva Convention. You're not supposed to be doing commercial. Vienna Convention, you're not supposed to be involved in commercial activity while being a diplomat. And this came out this year, right? It came out this year, and she's still the CG. So we need to know about that. We need to know more about her role with the Positive Jamaica Foundation. If money was collected for the foundation, and how the money got to Jamaica, right? Because we have something where the Prime Minister is kind of indicating that it wasn't really a charity. He said he referred to it loosely, and we just need to find out more about her role in that. Since the event took place, I believe I'm open to being fully corrected, but I believe the event took place since she's been CG. And then, Cyberlock, we talk about the Prime Minister the connection. As a money manager, we want to know if she assisted the Prime Minister in how many conversations she had with him, were the conversations about high finance, low finance, medium finance? Did she assist him directly or indirectly to establish accounts overseas or to invest overseas? We don't know. We don't. Then we have the then we have, if she have a green card, she's a U.S. person. If she have a green card, and as such, she have to report to she have to report under the Foreign Agents Registration Act to the Department of Justice that she's an agent of a foreign power. She needs to do that. We don't know if she did that. And then, of course, the employment with the tax implications and the immigration implications. We need to find out all of these things. Or somebody says one of Andrew Gross. I'm not touching that. Sitting here watching. You know about that, sitting here watching. You know that for fact, because we're going to deal with facts around here. And if we don't have the facts, we ask questions. So sitting here watching, sitting here watching. I say, yeah, ask a question. Okay, all right. That's cool. That's cool. So, gentlemen, I don't know what we're going to do with the CG. Maybe she's another one who should just graciously step away from the position, because I am going to make some calls or whatever, or encourage people to actually come and talk to her. In fact, Fid, get in touch with Egmont and have Egmont talk to her. You can do that. And then also you can have Department of Justice talk to her as well. And by the way, CG, if you're planning to lie, do not. You can lie to the Jamaican officials, but do not lie to a federal agent. That is going to get you prison time. Even if you get off every other charge, do not lie to the federal agent. And the reason why, I think once them go to her with all of this information, I think she's going to be found to be a very cooperative witness. I think she's going to spill the beans. She's going to talk what she knows, whatever it is. She's going to talk, because she's not going to run the risk of lying to these people and then end up in prison. She's not going to do it.
So wait, you're trying to say she had a weak link?
Are you say so?
She can't be a weak link.
Counsel General, are we invited to the trial?
Hold on there.
Counsel General, good morning. Hi. Nearly wave, you know. She nearly wave, Kevin. Come on, man. She nearly wave, man. When it's nearly can't kill a body. I like this police lady. She's really nice.
Turn around that way. You have to turn around that way. You're in the bike lane. You're in the bike lane. Help him that way.
Morning, Counsel General. Come on there, are we invited to the prayer meeting? Counsel General, are we invited to the prayer meeting? Are we invited to the prayer meeting, Counsel General? How the white sticker there on our bag this way? Is that what's on our bag this time? Are we invited to the prayer meeting, Counsel General? Can we come to the prayer meeting? Are we invited at noon to the prayer meeting? Are we invited to the prayer meeting, Counsel General? At noon today?
When we're playing at the world and she's in the building, I have to play her song. Stretch, can you play a song for the CG for me, please? This one for the CG.
Coming from the country with my bag of colleague. I woke up on an easy. In what people need. Don't you run now, you run. You won't get away. If you slip, you will die.
So the thing set, you know. I saw the thing set. So, I mean, we only have less, we have what, 20 minutes left, because got people all I want, 1600, won't have to go over and support Kevin, seeing, because Kevin I play some wicked music over there. And by the way, tonight me I go play some sweet, soft, sexy music. You can't resist. You gotta do it.
No, sir.
You have to tune in. Yeah. I'm on at midnight. Kevin is going on at 8 o'clock until you say when, because I heard that last week he went into a third hour, and we don't know
until 10 p.m. That's when he's going.
that
Management call me again.
Okay, so Kevin have him thing. Oh, Barbara Streisand, I think, went to that school in Erasmus at one point, because don't know that era they used to be like back in the 50s, 60s or so. It used to be heavily Jewish. So a lot of the I forgot which other Jewish, a bunch of artists, performing artists went to that school. But when I got to America in the 70s, it was a lot of it was a lot of West Indians, primarily Jamaicans who got at school there. Some bad boy too. But Elaine says she want me. No, Elaine, me I play some soft, nice music tonight. Me can't play coming from the country. My bag of Cali, I buck up on a DC. Who want hold me? Don't you run your youth? We can't play that tonight, man. Maybe next week we play that, man. Because we got now the CG. No, Shafi will make some decisions now. Paula, you mean in your sleep room? No, you have to come over and listen to me, man. All right, tell you what, Paula, deal. If you don't even come listen to me, go listen to Kevin at 8 o'clock. In 23 minutes from now, Kevin will be on. All right. We have another story for doing now. And this story, it's going to be interactive, but we can't do it under 20-something minutes, because believe me, it's going to take a lot of time, and I'm going to ask you a lot of questions. And I am 100% sure that 99% of you out there going to get the answers wrong. 100% sure we're not going to get it wrong. So when you come next,
teacher, before you ask a question, can we remind you them and guys, we're reminding you to go over to the other site and subscribe. You gotta come and watch Come Reason with Rattigan this Wednesday night. So in your address bar, just type at OJLDF. If you look in the chat, I'm going to drop it in the chat too. OJLDF. And I think if you type that in.
So sure means to pin the link.
No, because I remember I'm not signed in. I can't pin it right now. Kevin probably can. I'm not signed in. So, but yeah, that makes sense. So we need people to subscribe, everybody, because you have to come over Wednesday night. And you start at 8 o'clock Wednesday night, Will.
8 o'clock this Wednesday, 8 to 10. And we're there at your disposal. You come and you ask any question you want to ask about any subject. Just come and ask. In fact, I'll make a claim that this program is the only program of its kind in the Jamaican online space. In the diaspora, where you can just, there's no presentation, you just come and you ask your questions and we're going to answer. We don't want no rude behavior, no lewd behavior, nothing like that. We just want people, and you can have opposing views, and we welcome that, because that's the only way we are going to learn, because we don't think we have the answers to every single thing. We have the answers to some things, but we don't know, I wouldn't say most things. And so we want you to come, because it's supposed to be a learning experience. So we're going to learn from each other. So if you have an opposing view, then fine, express it, but just be courteous. Don't come and express it in a vulgar way, because if you do, then you're going to force us to kind of like just remove you. By the way, Prezi and Kevin, I have something I want to make an announcement to our family members out there. I've been approached by people who said, if we do a music program, I said, but we do a music program already on Saturday night, midnight, Sunday morning. And them said, no. We want you to do a program like Sunday afternoon, like a Sunday serenade or something like that, what we used to in Jamaica. And them said, what you do, you bring on like artists, you bring on producers, you bring on people involved in the music industry, and then you have them come and talk about the music and things like that. Well, it's a good idea. It's something I'm interested in, but it cannot be done on YouTube. It has to be done on Reggae Global Radio, because now you're talking about play music. And presently, Reggae Global Radio does not have any open slots. So for those of you who have been reaching out to me and tell me if it do it, we just want to know that we can't do it right now. I've reached out to them. Kevin, Kevin is a principal over at the radio station, and Kevin told me, he said, no, we don't have no slots over there. And I before I spoke to Kevin, I actually spoke to the owner and said, no, them don't have any slots. So, but keep it in mind, it's a good idea, and maybe one day soon, we don't know, because people come and go on the radio station, although they mostly come. But we might have a slot on a Sunday. But I won't do it on a Sunday morning, because you have people who have religious observances.
Rebel. We might can do a thing 2 to 4 on a Sunday afternoon.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Serious?
Big and serious. So people listen out for the thing, and we'll pull some strings and connect some dots and draw some lines, and there might be a rather interesting 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern segment coming up. We'll see how we can draft and craft it, and incorporate as much as of the industry as we can, and
right.
Yeah, if you miss with it.
I've already spoken to one of Jamaica's most prolific producers. I won't call his name, but I mean, this guy has hits from 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, right? Major, and he is committed to this thing. And he said he would reach out to other producers and artists and all that, and bring them, and we just do this program on a Sunday and just play some nice music. And then also it's an interview. So he actually said to me he wanted to talk about the history of Jamaican music and the future of Jamaican music. So that is where the focus is on. And in that vein, he'll bring on some old artists, some new artists, some contemporary ones, and then we just blend up the things nice, And hey, Ro Washington, easy yourself.
Charmaine, let me answer Charmaine question. Charmaine, finding Reggae Global is easy. It's named reggaeglobalradio.com, and you can download the app, and it's 24 hours of programming. So reggaeglobalradio.com. You can go on your browser, pull it up, and you'll see this program happening right now. There's a TV side and there's a radio side. The right now, both on radio and TV on Reggae Global Radio, this broadcast is happening. YouTube is actually the secondary, believe it or not, YouTube is actually the secondary location for Risson with Rattigan. The primary location is actually Reggae Global Radio. So believe it or not, it is true. But reggaeglobalradio.com, and then subscribe to the OJLDF. Just type at OJLDF in YouTube. Subscribe to that, because that is where you get the Risson with Rattigan on a Wednesday night. These are your must-haves. Yeah, your real must-haves.
And it's pinned to the top of the chat now.
Okay, thank you, Prezi. And Will, I don't know if you know this, but some of you might be familiar with the guy that sing "Knock Knock Knocking on Heaven's Door," Ed Robinson. Yeah, him have a little connection with Reggae Global, and a little bird told me.
Kevin
told me that come Wednesday afternoon.
A little connection.
A little connection. That he comes back with his broadcast. He had a broadcast and he hasn't done it in about a year and a half. And he'll be back this Wednesday, a little birdie told me. So, hear my alarm going off. People hear my alarm going off. That means I need to jump.
So, well, I'm on a lift, man. Give me 5 more minutes, man. Oh, somebody said that when Mark G, when are you going to apply for the commissioner job? Lenny Shim, why would I want to do that? I'm having so much fun here being a commentator. Because what happened is that, remember now, we're here to hold government accountable. And if Marky G's government should win, we're going to apply the same principle and the same pressure. We're going to make sure that the Jamaican people are considered and they're taken care of. That's our goal right here. Not that I wouldn't, not that it was, you know, I'd be kind of flattered that, yeah, people say, yeah, for the job. But no. I want to stay right here because I can do this, right, at my own speed, my own pace, my own time. I don't have to take any directions from anybody except Prezi and Kevin, you know, and Reggae Global Radio. And my producer who tell me, she text me all the time. Big up yourself, producer Joan, right?
That's right.
Because they make the thing around smooth and nice. And I tell you,
I like it. I like
pleasure working with you. And I look for do this with you many years to come. And Prezi hold my feet to the fire, and Kevin hold my feet to the fire. And Reggae Global, you know, them be. And then all of you in the chat don't hold my feet to the fire. The ambassadors, you know, where we meet on a Monday night, and them tell me how them feel about me. And sometimes them don't feel too good either. But, you know, we just have to just take instructions because that's how you progress in life. You know, you're never always right. You're never 100% right. And you just have to kind of like humble yourself and be open to criticism, constructive criticism. Because them people on Monday night, them now criticize me for destroy me or broke me. They might criticize me for build me up. And they might say, you need to do this, you need to focus on that, don't say this. Sound advice. Go ahead, Kevin.
Angela asked a question. Can I get my track played on Reggae Global Radio? Yes, you can get your track played on Reggae Global Radio. Contact the Global Base. Visit the globalbase.com or daglobalbase.com or contact Reggae Global Radio directly from the website, or you can even link me. So my number there is scrolling across the bottom of your screen right now. You can give me a link. I can connect it to the people. And if you want your music played on my broadcast, that can go on too. All right.
And mine too.
And hey, mine sharp can squeeze in something with Prezi, you know, him on a different thing altogether, you know. But him big.
Yeah. Well, let me just tell the people them so that what we are doing, we just touch the tip of the iceberg because we're getting more information on the CG. And we're going to look at the Jamaican presence, official presence overseas, particularly in the United States, to make sure that whatever the Jamaican taxpayers are paying for, that they're getting. And so we are going to, I'm already working on some more information regarding the CG in New York. As I said, Mr. Mayor down in Florida, him good like gold. We love him like Sunday dinner, you know, because him do what I'm supposed to do. And that's all we can ask. Do what you're supposed to do. And so we're working on that story. I have another story, like I said, but no, we have two more stories here that we can't get to them because in 12 minutes, Kevin is on and we have to go support Kevin because Kevin will rock the house. So that's why I play some slow music tonight because when Kevin done, you know, the booty will tear off. So I'm not tired. So you just come relax with me, right? When you can kick up those with Kevin, but with me, you just come and we just take it nice and easy in the wee hours of the morning. Sunday, you know. In fact, I'm going to play that song there. Easy, like Sunday morning. We're 9 and Rich. We're going to Commodores. We're going to play that tonight too. So Joe Block said, keep digging. Jamaicans will thank you. Oh, hey, one more thing before Kevin leaves. The deep dive. I am hoping, working on bringing up the deep dive, the real deep dive on the program. So when we actually see him or hear him, right? So we'll see how that work out. I'm talking to him right now. He lives in Hong Kong. He's 12 hours ahead. So, you know, I don't get to chat to him as much as I really want to, but we correspond by phone and by email. He called me yesterday. He was going in the subway station and we had a nice little chat. We're working on some things. So go ahead, President. Say your words before Kevin dig up, because Kevin get him alarm already, you know.
Let me see it, man. Here. Well, Kev, we're gonna come over and join. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you as always so much for supporting this. We'll see you Wednesday night, and we want to hear from you guys. And to everybody in the chat, big up yourself. those of you who are asking about what did I do with my daughter, we had a great time. We went to see a performance, a quartet, and we had some truffle-based popcorn. You think it's horrible. And I was like, yeah, this is what fancy people eat. I'm like, no, this is horrible. I mean, you're gonna make popcorn in truffle oil. I'm like, no way. But we had a wonderful time, and yeah, so I had to run off early next week. Also, I'm having a charity event November 9th. And if you not come, me hold on the vex. All right. So next week I'm gonna have a flyer I'm gonna put up.
To be in celebration, I mean November 5th on my Earth date.
That's right. So Kevin, come here, right? You go put on some liquor on you. But it's a community service award, and we are also launching a scholarship, a new scholarship. And what we do for the last 18 years, we've been helping tens of thousands of people and just giving them opportunities to, get to college and through college. And a lot of people who are struggling, and children who need book bags and pencils, and the HIV home, Down syndrome home at the Mustard Seed in Jamaica, and the different areas where you have indigent and people who are struggling and going through things at different poorhouse in Jamaica. Every year for the last 18 years, we've brought down, many wonderful things. We've built computer labs for school and put Wi-Fi in school. And so we don't just come here, come talk. We put action to it. So you'll hear more about that. But thank you guys so much. Love you all. And God's richest blessings upon you. And join us over on Reggae Global as we continue, as we cook up some stew, because we can smell the season of the pot, ready to simmer down and serve,
Let me just say we want to thank all of the guests, them, Mr. George Overton, Mr. Lloyd Diston, TT, the two wonderful young ladies from Lincoln Basic School. I don't have the names them in front of me, but I mean, they left an impression on me, and people were asking you to go over and support the effort. It's the Reviving Lincoln Basic School for Bright Futures. That's the GoFundMe.
And I see some people have already donated since we started the broadcast. So thank those who have donated so far.
Yeah. And the phone number is 718-501-2395. Please, people, this is a worthy cause, and we're talking about the future of Jamaica. Please make a contribution. And as for Risson Primary Care with TT, please, we have provided you with the address, the phone number, and the email. It's located at 3215 Avenue H, the corner of Avenue H and New York Avenue. Give them a call. Your health is your wealth. Please go check them out. Don't wait until you're knocking on the door before you start calling these people. Just go ahead and follow the advice that was given to me by my first doctor, that you get your regular checkups, because that's where you can actually avert certain things, or you can control certain things, not when it's too far gone, right? So please give them a call. And 754, Kevin, I forgot now. Kevin, any final words, and then you can go, because Mr. Thing there now. Kevin, JB Stewart 04 is asking how I get to Reggae Global. I try finding, please.
ReggaeGlobalRadio.com. Don't just go put it in your browser. Don't put it in the YouTube search. That carries somewhere else. Reggae Global. See, somebody just put it one. Thank you, Prezi. Just put in. There's a link in the chat. Someone just put it there. So simple. ReggaeGlobalRadio.com.
Somebody just asked me for this. Hold on there. Here it is.
Hey, see that tune, yeah?
See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. Open your eyes. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself.
This is Joanna Marie.
So you're the dub wise, man. Dub wise. Yes, Missy BB. No man, that tune, yeah. Our people make that tune, yeah. It's not a copy or anything like that. Our people, Reggae Global make that tune for me. So I say it's an original. I mean, know the two people who sing it. Kevin know them too. So we're good. We're good like gold. I'm glad you enjoy it. So listen, 7:56. Kevin, any parting words before you go? Cause Missy, you gonna kill me, you know. Cause Missy, every time you're late, you know, she cuss me out, you know. So we can't hear you.
I'm muted, that's why. All right, people. Catch you in just a few minutes. Come on over to Reggae Global Radio. It's called the Saturday Stew, and you're a musical chef serving up some nice musical serving for your platter. You know, we'll go where the music takes us. That's pretty much where we'll go. And come Tuesday, I'll be live on Tuesday. The night shift to DJ Kevin Stew, 10 p.m. Eastern on kevinstew.com. Yeah, it's not Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday live anymore. It's just different nights. So this week is Tuesday, and I have a guest, and we'll be talking about breast cancer awareness and the period. And this month is menstrual month, or period month. So we'll be addressing those things. So join us 10 p.m. Eastern, kevinstew.com, Tuesday night. Yeah? But Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, we're on. The night shift to DJ Kevin Stew is on each of those nights.
All right, Kev. Well, look, thanks for everything, my brother. And have a great show.
All right, blessings.
All right. Yeah, Mr. P. So we have 2 minutes. Anything you want to say, Mr. President, before you go?
No, just as always, great job, great presentation. And as the question was, you wouldn't ask a question if you don't know the answer. So, but what's funny though, the website is taken down. I did an Internet Archive search on it, and in 2018, there was a server error. That's the only time something reputable was captured. So I don't know if it was a shadow company or they purchased the domain. Right now, the domain is in the domain auction. It's totally gone, and they only had one live server DNS set up, and that was 2018, and it wasn't even accurate. But we'll look further in the deep dive on that.
Yeah, we'll dig deeper because there's more to this story, and we have some people, and they're working behind the scenes, and they're providing something. So we're gonna have some updates to you as far as this CG is concerned, because we believe that she should be questioned by U.S. authorities and Jamaican authorities because she's uniquely positioned to talk about certain things. There are some missing things going on right now, some gaps, and she'll be able to fill those gaps, we believe. But we don't know. You don't know if you don't ask. So they might forget to ask her, and then that's it. So look, for all of you diehards out there, the 1285 still listening to us, especially the people in Jamaica. Well, actually, especially all of you, because even if you're in America and you watch, you could have been doing something else, but you decided to tune in and watch this program, yeah, and listen. And I hope it has been informative for you, and we will continue to do what we do best. Don't forget, tune in. Prez, you have a show. Your show is on Monday, huh?
Yes. Yeah, they have to be here, or they can listen on the Super Jams app. So Super Jams Radio or superjams.com. I'll put it in the chat.
All right, folks, listen, we're going to run now. Go over to Kevin. It's 8 o'clock. He's getting ready to start. And then I'll see you, or you'll hear me at midnight. Prezi, we'll talk later. Bless up everybody.
Yes, thanks.
All right.